Breathe in the breath of life. Saturdays and Sundays at 7:30 a.m., Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 5:30 a.m. on PBCJ, the People's Station.
What can a little germs do?
Pink eye running belly, even flu. Germs can make them happen to you.
Put germs on our manners with these. Cover your mouth when you cough and sneeze. Always wash your hand with water and soap. Keep dirty hands from your eyes and your nose and your mouth. You don't want to be sick, take care. Practice every day, no germs around here. A message from the Ministry of Health.
Today, we can report 2 consecutive years of reduction in major crimes and murders, with a significant reduction of almost 20% in murders for 2024.
Between January 2022 and January 2025, we have reduced murders by 51%, and January 2025 had the lowest monthly murder count since September 2014.
Our efforts have also resulted in the reduction of active gangs by 50%. We continue to increase firearm seizures, and in more communities, we are experiencing less violence. We will realize our vision of Jamaica as the place of choice to live, work, do business, raise families, and retire in peace and prosperity.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency and more significant returns by exporting? Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. We're not going to get rich by just bringing down the debt. We're going to get rich by exporting a lot more. So grow exports, create job opportunities, drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaica is changing right before our very eyes. Across the island, billions are being invested into our road networks, from farm and community roads to major roads and highways. Dozens of communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica are receiving access to reliable potable water for the very first time. And thousands of Jamaicans have become homeowners thanks to the historic shifts in policies of the National Housing Trust, making it easier for Jamaicans to receive funding. Not to mention the record number of houses being built. Never dreamed you would own a home? No matter your circumstance, home ownership is possible for you, thanks to the government's new social housing program, specially designed to meet the needs of poor Jamaicans at no cost to them. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Welcome to PBCJ's coverage of the Lower House. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. The session will start with prayers, followed by a roll call of those in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, items under public business, and private members' motions. But before we begin, let's try a parliamentary trivia question. True or false? The Jamaican legal system is known as a common law system. Get the answer at the end of this introduction to the meeting of the Lower House. On this session's agenda, the continuation of the sectoral debate with the following speakers: Member of Parliament and Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Olivia Grange. Member of Parliament St. Catherine Eastern, and opposition spokesperson on gender, the elderly and persons with disabilities, Miss Joyce Denise Daly. Member of Parliament and Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security and Peace, Dr. Horace Chang. Minister Chang will be closing the debate. Remember, the sectoral debate gives members the opportunity to inform the House about the government's proposed programs and projects within the different sectors. During the sectoral debate, according to the standing orders, no member is allowed to address the House or a committee of the whole House for more than 30 minutes on any subject. The House or a committee of the whole House may at any time move a motion to extend the Speaker's time sufficient for them to complete the presentation if the individual fails to complete within the stated time. And that's what's on the agenda. It should be noted that elements of the day's agenda can be changed or moved. But before we go, here are a few things you should bear in mind if you plan to attend a session at Gordon House. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. And there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We asked, true or false? The Jamaican legal system is known as a common law system. That's true. The common law system is one of the world's 3 main legal systems, alongside civil law, which is based on legal codes, and religious law, which is based on religious texts. Common law was developed through customs, legislation, and judicial decisions interpreting the law. A key feature of the system is the doctrine of stare decisis. I hope I pronounced that correctly, but it means let the decision stand, which requires courts to follow legal precedents established in earlier cases with similar facts and issues. In Jamaica, decisions of higher courts are binding on lower courts, while decisions of lower courts are not binding on higher courts, but may serve as persuasive authority. Now over to the proceedings.
Overtake and bring back everything.
Bask in the awesome Word of God and the life-changing experience of fellowship. Bask in the revival time, 8 a.m. on Sundays, right here on the People's Station.
What can a little germs do?
Pink eye running belly even flu. Germs can make them happen to you.
Put germs on our manners with these. Cover your mouth when you cough and sneeze. Always wash your hand with water and soap. Keep dirty hands from your eyes and your nose and your mouth. You don't want to be sick, take care. Practice every day, no germs round here. A message from the Ministry of Health.
Overtake and bring back everything.
Bask in the awesome Word of God and the life-changing experience of fellowship. Bask in the revival time, 8 a.m. on Sundays, right here on the People's Station.
In Jamaica, there needs to be one law for all.
every member of this society, regardless of profession, finances, or the area you live in.
I have some bad news.
The company didn't get the contract?
The money they paid us for it has gotten out.
Are you serious?
I'm afraid so, and I understand that there are going to be corruption charges.
Minister, please come with us, sir.
Breaking news. A senior politician and senior civil servant have been charged for corruption.
Thank God not all of them stay, sir.
Build integrity. One law for all.
A message from NIA.
Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side of the back. You fi check out the servings, just do the maths. Not taking too much, finger below the facts. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side of the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats by percent and less in on the right track. You fi zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side of the back. Vitamins, minerals and vitamin 2, 20% and more that good for you. You fi zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You fi zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You fi zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake and less fat. You fi zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and Japan.
Each year, the Jamaican Parliament approves billions in tax dollars to buy goods and services for Jamaicans. Awarding contracts to private companies to provide public goods and services is called public procurement, and it is a major hotspot for corruption. Can citizens spot the red flags in public procurement and help the government protect our taxes? Yes, they can, and here are 6 to watch for. Direct contracting. When contracts are frequently awarded to one supplier without other companies competing to offer a better price and quality, we usually end up paying more and getting less. Contract splintering. Big projects need big money and higher level approvals. But if the contract is cut up into smaller ones, it won't need external approval from offices like the Public Procurement Commission or Cabinet. This makes it easier for contracts to avoid additional scrutiny. Timing of advertisements. Contracts advertised during distracting periods like the holidays can result in less competition and a really strong advantage for the favored company. Like Christmas time, work slows down and companies are less attentive to business opportunities. Emergency contracting. Claiming emergencies allows officials to legally bypass normal procurement rules, making it easier to award contracts to favored companies. Contract timing. Contracts awarded just before or after election can be payback for campaign support and not based on what Jamaicans really need. Collusion. And what if penalties are not enforced when work is poorly done? This could be a contractor and public official working together for private benefit. And if it is, this is collusion. These flags do not prove corruption, but they trigger questions that citizens must ask. So mind your business, Jamaica. Visit the JAMP Procurement Tracker to monitor government contracts. If you spot these flags, use our ATI tool to ask questions and demand accountability.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow starting today.
Motorists, certificates of fitness are now digital. Here's how it works. First, make your payment at TAJ inline or online. Then, take your receipt along with your vehicle to an Island Traffic Authority service hub for physical inspection. A valid email address is required to receive your digital fitness. Once the inspection is complete, your certificate number will be sent directly to your email. To access your digital certificate, visit cgds.gov.jm/fitness, enter your certificate number and the chassis number, and view your certificate online. New validity periods are here. New vehicles, 5 years. Vehicles 10 years or less, 3 years. And those older than 10, 1 year. No more paper certificates. Just secure, digital access, anytime, anywhere. For more information, connect with us via email at info@ita.gov.jm or on social media at Island Traffic Authority.
Join your big sister Raquel as she reintroduces the cast of Vibrations and their educational adventures to the screen. See Ronson and the gang experience the world firsthand through interviews and interactions. Vibrations, where kids are taught about the world from someone they can relate to. Join us every Friday at 3:30 p.m. to hang out with your big sister Raquel and the kids of Vibrations. Right here on PBCJ, the People Station.
What can a little germs do?
Pink eye running belly, even flu. Germs can make them happen to you.
Put germs and manners with these. Cover your mouth when you cough and sneeze. Always wash your hand with water and soap. Keep dirty hands from your eyes and your nose and your mouth. You don't want to be sick, take care. Practice every day, no germs round here.
A message from the Ministry of Health.
Yo, babes, why me I call you so much time and I nah get you? Sorry me lick you again yesterday. Yo, me know me mess up, but I can't wear them something there road and I expect me to react. I know I'm jealous and fool and easy to lose my temper, but call me back here.
Still nah get tired.
Hey, girl, think me have to call your phone? You know who you deal with? You think I want lick me again next time? Eh?
It doesn't have to be this way. You can leave an abusive relationship. Just call 876-553-0372. We will help you.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and the protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year? We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Overtake and bring back everything.
Bask in the awesome Word of God and the life-changing experience of fellowship. Bask in the revival time, 8 a.m. on Sundays, right here on the People's Station.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Hey,
I'm Abijah, the Roots Man. Today, I want to talk to you about something powerful. Peace. Peace isn't just the absence of conflict. It's about kindness, understanding, and respect. It starts with us. Every choice we make can build bridges or burn them. Let's choose peace in our words, our action, and our hearts. Peace begins with you. Together, we can create a brighter and safer future for everyone. Join me. Let's be that change we want to see.
Hi everyone, here are 5 benefits of being a beneficiary of the Students' Loan Bureau. 1. Benefit from our 99% approval rate. 2. Benefit from our low interest rate, so less burden when you need to repay. 3. Benefit from the fact that we require no collateral when applying. 4. We're giving you more time to focus on your studies while we focus on the financing. No need to worry about repaying while in school. Number 5. Receive a 14 months grace period after your graduation date before you enter repayment. Don't forget to follow us on all SLB platforms for more SLB info.
Hey, just a reminder, your mental health is just as important as your physical health. If you're feeling overwhelmed, try talking to a trusted friend or family member. You don't have to go through it alone. Sometimes sharing your feelings can make a big difference. If you need more support, don't hesitate to reach out to the Health and Wellness Ministry's Suicide Prevention Helpline at 888 New Life. That's 888-639-5433. Remember, it's okay to ask for help. Your feelings matter, and there are people ready to listen. Take care of yourself. You deserve it.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and I just saw it said, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced.
And partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity one towards another, to Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. I now call the sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives to order on this, the 30th day of June, 2026. I take this opportunity to extend welcome to the members of this honorable house, the members of the media or visitors in the gallery, and to the many Jamaicans joining us online and through the various broadcasting platforms. Before we proceed to the business of the house, I wish to pause to acknowledge with deep sadness the devastation experienced by the people of Venezuela following two powerful earthquakes and significant aftershocks which recently affected that country. On behalf of this honorable house, and indeed the people of Jamaica, I extend our sincere sympathies to the government and people of Venezuela. I extend our sympathies especially to the families who have lost loved ones, those who have been injured, displaced, and otherwise affected, and for many who are still lost under debris. We extend our sympathies to all those as they continue to endure the painful consequences of this tragedy. At moments such as these, we are reminded of our shared humanity and of the importance of regional and international solidarity in times of crisis. We therefore keep the people of Venezuela in our thoughts and prayers as they mourn, recover, and begin the difficult process of rebuilding. I now invite the honorable members and all persons present to stand and observe a moment of silence in honor of those who have suffered great loss. Thank you. Please be seated. As we are on the matter of earthquakes, I'm going to remind members of the House, and the Marshal will go over. In the event we're having a session of Parliament, the House is in session, the Marshal will provide guidance, but if we ever need to evacuate this building, it is straight down the corridor that we would have walked, myself, the Marshal, and the person who does the prayer. You walk straight down the corridor and through the door. I do believe, Marshal, that we should put some exit markers in the event that we all need to rush out of here at any time. And it would be the same for those in the gallery. You descend the stairs, as well as the members in the House who would need to do so. And we all meet across the road in the garden space, that open lot, immediately in front of the doors of the Parliament. Today, the House is expected to bring the sectoral debate to a close, as we are scheduled to hear presentations from the Honourable Olivia Babsy-Grange, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, the Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Central, and Ms. Denise Daly, Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Eastern. And to end, we will have the Honourable Dr. Horace Chang, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of National Security and Peace, and Member of Parliament for St. James Northwestern. As we continue this important debate, I wish to extend warm welcome to the constituents who have joined in the gallery today for the members who will be making their presentation. We're pleased to have you with us and trust that your presence here will provide a meaningful opportunity to observe the work of the Parliament and indeed the important role of members in representing the people of Jamaica. I trust that all visitors will find today's proceeding informative and engaging. And I also wish to remind members that the standing orders remain the guide for the conduct of our proceedings. Robust debate is an essential feature of parliamentary democracy, but it must at all times be conducted with respect for the rules of the House. I therefore ask for the cooperation of members in maintaining the dignity and decorum of this honorable chamber. House Leader, call of the roll.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Green, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Bartlett, Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Sivright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Goulding, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, and Mr. Warmington. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Clark. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to welcome everyone to the House today, including those in the gallery. Madam Speaker, we wish to suspend all the items up to public business so we can continue and conclude the sectoral debates. I ask that you put that to the House.
Thanks, House Leader. The question is that we suspend the items on the agenda and move directly to public business for the sectoral debate. Conclusion, those in favor? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, today we have three presentations. The first from the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport and Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Central, the Honourable Olivia Grange. We'll also have from Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Eastern, Ms. Joyce Denise Daly, and at the end, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security and Peace and Member of Parliament for St. James Northwestern, Honourable Dr. Horace Chang, will conclude the sectoral debates. Madam Speaker, I now call on the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport and Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Central, Honourable Olivia Grange, to begin her presentation.
Madam Speaker, I ask for permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Permission granted, Minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you for your leadership. And I also want to thank Prime Minister Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness for allowing me to serve as the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. I have been happy to lead these subjects which were once considered fringe. They were attached to other ministries. And I'm proud that these subjects are now being seen at the heart of Jamaica and are being acknowledged as a source of growth and prosperity. It is testament to the work that we have been doing since the Prime Minister gave us the charge to enable, develop, set things right, and build. I thank my daughter, Paula, and my granddaughters, as well as my extended family, the people of Central St. Catherine, for preserving and persevering with me and supporting me through many years of service to the people of Jamaica. The people of Central St. Catherine, Madam Speaker, will attest to the fact that we have been through the fire and we have survived. I thank the team who has worked hard with me over the years, including my colleagues in the cabinet, my Minister of State, my permanent secretaries, management and staff of the ministry, and the boards of management and executive leadership and staff in the many departments and agencies. I wish to thank the stakeholders in the sectors whom we serve. We have done well together, and we are taking our performance to the next level. Our men and women in culture, entertainment, and sport have never shied away from taking on the world superpowers. There is no area of culture, entertainment, and sport that has not shown itself to be unwavering, unconquerable, and unparalleled. In these areas, we have a competitive advantage. Our national hero, the Right Excellent, Sir Alexander Bustamante, spoke of his time in the Houses of Parliament in this place and the place next door. He said, and I quote, "I have spent some of the happiest moments of my life in the old headquarters house and Gordon House. It has been a great feeling working for the people of this island in those legislative chambers. A great feeling of satisfaction to know that what you're doing is for the ultimate good of your people," end of quote. To serve the people, that is our purpose right here. There was something curious about Bustamante. He was the center of attention everywhere, including in the Parliament. However, as Ulrich Simmons, the late journalist, reminded us in Bustamante notes, quotes, and anecdotes, he said Bustamante was a good parliamentarian. No member was more obedient, extremely obedient to the Speaker. No one was more intent on keeping the rules. At a time when our discourse has become rancorous and in this house, sometimes it's unbelievable, we could learn from the example of our national hero and respect the fact that we have been elected to serve in this house and to conduct ourselves in a manner that is befitting. I make this reflection not only as the mother of the house, hear me, the mother of the house, but because, Madam Speaker, I've lived through a very challenging time in our politics, a time when political opponents, including myself, were detained, and in my case, exiled from Jamaica in June 1976. We cannot go back there. Signed blank detention orders. We cannot go back there. And we will not go back there. So I urge us all to turn down the temperature and remember always that we are all here to serve the people. And we must respect the Speaker. It is remarkable how challenges and disasters can motivate. It is remarkable how challenges and disasters can motivate us to do extraordinarily good things. Through that period of my incarceration and exile, I was motivated to take steps to fulfill my purpose of a lifetime of service to this country, the country I love. And so I didn't stay at foreign. I came back home to serve. It was through the challenges that affected our communities that we have been able to transform Central St. Catherine, which is now a model constituency, and living evidence of what we can achieve when we work together. Yes. Central St. Catherine and Spanish Town, whichever one was afraid of. Men ran from it. But I went there. And with the people who, a lot of them were chased out of Trenchtown and found a space in Spanish Town. We worked together. And now, we have a constituency where 4-1, 3-1, 4-1, right? We have been able to make the place a place where many will now want to serve. So it was through the challenges that affected our communities that we have been able to transform. And whatever you may hear, remember, Spanish Town is shared by how many of us, Denise? We border 4 constituencies. And we work together as a team to make the lives of people better. So I want to thank all the stakeholders, the educators, the police, the business community, and my counselors for their service and support. And I want to acknowledge the presence of my counselors, Councillor Jacob Kukoin, Councillor Teresa Turner, and Councillor Chris Shackelford. But I reserve my biggest praise and congratulations to the people of Central St. Catherine, the ordinary man and woman. We have achieved a lot together, and we still have much to do. So I speak today following the devastating disaster in our country's history. Hurricane Melissa brought unspeakable damage and destruction to our homeland. In its aftermath, we have seen the best of Jamaica and the world as people opened their hearts and gave of themselves and their resources to assist someone in need. The rebuilding is not yet complete. The destruction is such that it will take some time. But even as we build stronger, we are called to help the people of Venezuela who only last week experienced a devastating earthquake. In the words of Kipling, If you keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two imposters just the same, if you can hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. There is hope for a better tomorrow. So the next level recognizes that the groundwork has been laid for new levels of growth, development, and prosperity in culture, gender, entertainment, and sport. We have introduced bold, ambitious, beneficial, strategic, and impactful legislation, policies, and programs to unleash our creative potential, enable our athletes and the business of sport, build and formalize the entertainment sector, protect the vulnerable, and advance gender equality. The next level is about sustained and impactful support so that our women and men in culture, entertainment, and sport will continue to grow and prosper. Madam Speaker, the next level requires new and updated infrastructure to keep pace with a forever changing world. In this regard, the redevelopment of the National Stadium is an important project. We have completed the feasibility study, we have completed the concept design, and now we're into the detailed design stage. Today, Madam Speaker, I reveal the latest rendering of the new modern National Stadium. And I asked the Marshal, there is a publication that I brought for the leader, for the Prime Minister, and I'm going to ask for it to be put on his desk for him to get a good look at the details of this wonderful design. We will increase seating capacity to 37,500 with roof coverage and shade for every seat. There will be improved views from every seat. We will move the seats closer to the action and improve safety for everyone. The concert capacity with people not only in stands but on the field will be 50,000. Additionally, the new stadium will have 30 boxes and 2 VIP royal boxes. There'll be 2 hospitality lounges, a fan boulevard, and 2 fan zones. We will also be putting in meeting accommodation and dedicated media suites with TV studio, broadcast facilities, and a venue operations center. This is a once-in-a-lifetime redevelopment. And so I've taken the chance to do as much as we can to move to the next level. I'm pleased today to announce that we will also construct 2 well-needed facilities during this redevelopment. The first is a new sports hall, which will be a flexible multi-sport, multi-use, naturally ventilated facility for training and also competition. We're also constructing a throws area which will facilitate training in shot put, discus, hammer, and javelin. The throws area will incorporate shelters for when athletes are resting and will provide easy access to the sports hall, gym, and changing facilities. In fact, We are also putting in 2 areas for tiered parking. And we will be able to facilitate in a much more comfortable way parking facilities. Now, Madam Speaker, the new sports hall and throws area will be adjacent to Stadium East, which will also benefit from upgrades under this redevelopment program. We intend for Stadium East to become a 4,000-seat capacity venue with a track and field setup which will be similar to the main stadium. Stadium East will continue to be a training venue, a warm-up facility, and the place of choice, especially for development meets and small events. Now, I wish to report that Jamaica has achieved a major milestone in women's football, having been selected to co-host the 2031 FIFA Women's World Cup alongside the United States of America, Costa Rica, and Mexico. This comes at the right time to allow us to host the tournament in our redeveloped national stadium, a world-class facility, duly retrofitted and ready to accommodate the world's best women football players. I now have the duty, Madam Speaker, to quote from a correspondence which we recently received from World Athletics. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I'm asking you to listen carefully. Some people were up to mischief when we did the new track. This message included some technical language, but I will just read the sentence that we're all waiting to hear. I quote, "All synthetic surface field test measurements comply with World Athletics requirement." Madam Speaker, what this means is that the National Stadium track, the beautiful, unique black, gold, and green track, is certified. And we have the certification in hand. And it is certified as a Class 1 facility. So our athletes can now be fully recognized when they run on the track and they break records. So all those doubting Thomases who were spreading rumor about the track, we now have our certificate in hand that we are a Class 1 certified track. Now, as part of my commitment to sports transformation in the West, we're advanced in discussions around a partnership to redevelop and reimagine the Holness Stadium through the investment of a $550 million into the expansion and redesign of the facilities. The proposal supports the government's objective for the Holness Stadium to be redeveloped based on a solid economic foundation through the establishment of a world-class facility which meets the regulatory requirements of international sports associations such as FIFA and World Athletics, and to enhance the sports and entertainment tourism brand of Jamaica. It will be at the center of sports and entertainment tourism. We have also improved the infrastructure at Sabina Park with modern, new lighting and scoreboard to facilitate the return of international cricket to Jamaica with the support of the Jamaica Defense Force and many volunteers. We were able to build up and fix facilities at Sabina Park on Labor Day ahead of the recent West Indies series against Sri Lanka and the upcoming Caribbean Premier League. The stakeholders of Sabina Park, including JCA, KCC, and the government of Jamaica have already met and are in discussions about the new governance model for Sabina Park going forward, treating this mecca of cricket as a hub for the development of grassroots cricket in Jamaica. I'm saying this in the recent aftermath of a comprehensive victory by the West Indies men's cricket team over Sri Lanka in the T20 series and their recent comprehensive innings and 217 runs victory in the first test match. You have to clap them. Congratulations are also in order to our women's cricket team who have qualified for the semi-finals of the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. The transformation in cricket is at the heart of the next level performance of this government. We have returned the CPL to Jamaica. Our country will host the opening match of the 2026 tournament on August 7, the first of 5 or 6 matches involving 6 or 7 teams, with the teams arriving within the first week of August and continuing for 3 weeks thereafter. We are satisfied that the return of the CPL to Jamaica will result in significant investment in the country, well beyond visitor arrival, to include capital investment, infrastructure development, and the building of long-term and sustainable business relationships. The US-based Kingsmen Group, with strong ties to the Premier Super League in Pakistan, has committed to assisting us in taking our game to the next level through significant investment in Jamaica's cricket development. We propose to build cricket at the community and junior levels through infrastructure development and the sponsorship of competitions island-wide. The Kingsmen's Group investment at $2.75 million annually to operate a men's CPL franchise and $500,000 to establish a women's CPL franchise provides support for grassroots cricket development through collaboration with government and the corporate stakeholders to deliver measurable economic benefits to Jamaica. Embedded in the agreement for the Sabina Park upgrades and the Caribbean Premier League is a commitment from the Kingsmen to support the development of cricket here in Jamaica. Government of Jamaica will use this partnership to embark on a 3-year program to push the development of the sport at the primary school level. And there are 6 main objectives. 1, increase in the number of teams participating in primary schools cricket. 2, facilitate the availability of sufficient, proficient coaches to guide schools in need. 3, foster renewed interest in the game of cricket by returning passion to the sport, which will see young girls and boys enjoying the sport. 4, providing greater access to gear and equipment for making them both available and affordable for schools and parents. 5, promoting excellence and resilience through improvements in technique, awareness, and the mental fortitude of players on and off the field. And 6, create strategic pathways through early identification of potential players for entry to an enhanced development program. Now, some of the specific targets for the next 3 years will see 300 schools, 300 new coaches trained and certified, acquisition of transferable, transportable cricket pitches to allow access for training and matches, 300 kit bags for schools equipped with bats, pads, gloves, and safety gear, and at least 15 players identified each year to be placed in the Enhanced Pathway Program, the first step towards an academy to allow for better and more structured development. So this is how we move to the next level in cricket, by going back to the grassroots, equipping our children, training our coaches, putting pitches in schoolyards, and building a pipeline from the classroom to Sapana Park, to the West Indies, and to the world. So I'm pleased to announce the establishment of the National Sports Advisory Council to perform the following functions: provide advice to the Minister on policy and harmonization of the sports industry, promote sport development actions, conduct impact assessment and analyses of government's policy directives, provide ongoing development of proposals for national policy in relation to sport, advise on strategies to create synergies among sport federations through capacity building, streamlining funding and infrastructure development, monitoring the transformation plan for sports, ensuring timely and effective implementation. I'm also pleased to announce the establishment of the National Sports Commission, which will oversee the streamlining of the agencies serving the sports sector, thus moving the sector to the next level as part of our transformation plan that the entities will be resourced to benefit from innovation, take advantage of opportunities for economies of scale, and expand their services to the sports sector. The Sports Development Foundation, Madam Speaker, spent $236 million on sports infrastructure across constituencies in the last financial year. The projects included the construction of multi-purpose courts, as well as the rehabilitation and fencing of playfields and improvements to national facilities. The SDF also supported National Sports Federation to the tune of $197 million for their development programs as we seek to lift sports performance to the next level through tangible support. Now, Madam Speaker, at the same time, the ministry supported the entertainment sector through grants, tour support, and sponsorship in the sum of $148.6 million. Working together with the entertainment sector, the ministry raised funds to support hurricane relief efforts through the I Love Jamaica concert series. And I'm happy to announce that we were able to raise $1 million, which was our target. So I use this opportunity to express thanks to our entertainers who never let us down in a time of crisis, and to the peoples of the world for their help. The next level calls for sustained focus on human development, on unearthing, nurturing, unleashing, and promoting talent and creativity. That is the aim of our National Festival of the Arts program of the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission. In 2025, we accepted 14,281 entries in all our competitions, which included dance, drama, music, speech, traditional folk forms, culinary arts, creative writing, visual arts, spirit short film, Jamaica Festival Queen, Gospel Star, and the Jamaica Festival Song Competition. The hurricane in October has led a 30% reduction, Madam Speaker, in entries this year, as schools and community groups, particularly in Western Jamaica, recover from the hurricane. However, the National Festival of Arts program has been an important platform for celebrating, promoting, and preserving the unique things that make us Jamaicans, our ways, our traditions, and our heritage, our creativity, our culture. And it continues to be the launching pad for singers, writers, musicians, actors, artists, broadcasters, and increasingly filmmakers. I must comment on the increased quality of entries that we have seen over the last few years. I credit our deliberate training and coaching initiatives across the country for the improvement that we continue to see. I thank all our culture bearers, particularly our teachers and community leaders who work hard each year to prepare items for our various competitions. This year, we have a very strong group of finalists in the festival song competition, 4 women and 5 men. The 10th contestant had to be disqualified because we found out that his song was not an original song and was actually released prior to its entry in the competition. So we have 9 competitors this year. The songs are being posted to the major music streaming platforms across the world, including Apple Music, Amazon Music, and Spotify. So you can just search Jamaica Festival Song Competition 2026 to listen to this year's album. The albums of previous years, since 2020, are also available on streaming platforms and will continue to provide royalties for performers and writers. And this is another way that we have taken Jamaica Festival Song to the next level by building a global stage for talented people to shine. Madam Speaker, as we continue to the next level, I announce today that we are in the final stages of publishing a cookbook of some of the most exciting, delectable, and creative Jamaican recipes that have been exposed through our culinary arts program. And this is yet another opportunity to expose and promote our people and our culture. And I invite Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica overseas to join us for the celebrations under the broad theme, United in Celebrating Resilience. And we are, of course, preparing for a milestone anniversary next year when we celebrate Jamaica 65. So we are facilitating the training and certification of our creatives to the next level. Madam Speaker, last year I spoke about our new creative school, formerly the Institute for Cultural Practitioners, Innovators, Entertainers, and Creatives. This Center of Innovation and Excellence will offer flexible, cutting-edge education and professional development across the full spectrum of creative disciplines. Through the Institute, we will equip our creatives with technical expertise and business acumen. We will offer micro-credentialing so that practitioners can upskill without interrupting their careers. The Institute, Madam Speaker, will become the hub, and we will partner and work along with other institutions that are training creatives. Madam Speaker, this year, I was pleased with the performances at the National Primary Schools Track and Field Championship hosted by the Institute of Sports, where future stars broke 13 records and gave us a taste of what the future holds. So we must continue to hone their talent and to help them to the next level. We continue to support the training of our coaches as we lift sports from the grassroots to the high performance level. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's athletes set a world record twice in 24 hours in the mixed 4x100 meter at the World Athletics Relay in Botswana earlier this year. So we must send congratulations to Akeem Blake, Tina Clayton, Hadrian Golson, and Tia Clayton, who first ran 39.99 seconds in the qualifying heats before lowering the record to 39.62 seconds in the finals. Their record-setting gold medal helped Jamaica to top the medals table at the championships, and we send congratulations to the entire team, including Elaine Thompson-Hero, who made a triumphant return to the track. Now, for the first time, Jamaica's women's 3-on-3 basketball team have qualified for the Commonwealth Games, and the games will be held in Scotland in July. And I'm asking you all to applaud them for this achievement. And the young reggae boys also qualified for the FIFA Under-17 World Cup 2026 to be held in Qatar in November. Again, please applaud them. So our focus on human development also includes expanding access for people with disabilities to our national treasures and activities. Working through the Jamaica Libraries and Information Network, the National Library of Jamaica launched the program called Bridging the Gap, one sign at a time. And I'm so pleased by the initiative, which will ensure that user-facing team members in libraries across Jamaica will be proficient in Jamaican Sign Language and will be able to communicate with members of the deaf community. Just imagine the difference this important development will make when the program is up and running at full speed. We were also able to install ramps, platforms at Sabina Park to ensure that wheelchair users have access to cricket. And we thought that was extremely important to ensure that that was put in place. Among our proudest legislative achievements, Madam Speaker, has been the enactment and implementation of the Sexual Harassment Protection and Prevention Act, which will lead culture change in how we engage with each other in the workplace, how we engage with each other in institutions and in the accommodation sector. The Sexual Harassment Tribunal, established by the law, is fully functional and has been hearing cases. Between July and March, 21 complaints have been received, with 62% resolved and closed. And I use this opportunity to again remind workplaces of the need under the law to develop policies for the prevention of sexual harassment and to ensure that the policies are brought to the attention of workers. The Bureau of Gender Affairs is standing by to provide assistance. We're developing a mobile app, Madam Speaker, to enable people in domestic violence situations to call for help. The app will integrate the National 24-hour Domestic Violence Hotline and will provide a discreet, secure, and accessible platform to respond to and support those who need help and prevent gender-based violence. The app will enable us to offer the next level services as part of our continuum of care for survivors of gender-based violence. And the app is coming, but the hotline is open. So I encourage anyone who needs assistance to call 876-553-0372, and we will help you. So we are now providing, Madam Speaker, for the entertainment sector, group life and group health insurance, and to creatives as well, under the Jamaica Entertainment Creative Practitioners Insurance Plan. The life and personal accident benefit was launched in 2024, and the health benefit, which covers hospitalization, surgeries, maternity care, dental, and overseas medical, was activated in August. Now, this insurance plan is free to members of the entertainment, culture, and creative industries. And I'm encouraging everyone in the sector to visit the ministry's website and find out how you can sign up. Yes, in fact, there is a member of this House who spins disc. He's qualified to sign up for the insurance. We're not going to discriminate. Once you're in the sector, you're entitled, right? Now, Madam Speaker, our proposals for moving culture, entertainment, and the creative industries to the next level are outlined in the Green Paper for the National Policy for Culture, Entertainment, and the Creative Economy. The Green Paper, now being considered by a Joint Select Committee of Parliament, presents our blueprint for growth of the creative economy through innovative strategies which focus on cultural diversity, equity, and inclusion, building resilience against the challenges of climate change and socio-economic disruption, and leveraging frontier technologies and innovation to fuel and sustain Jamaica as a cultural superpower. Culture, entertainment, and the creative industries are economic drivers as well as a vital social force. In this regard, we embed in this policy mechanisms for empowering communities, fostering social cohesion, building pathways for sustainable livelihoods for artists, cultural practitioners, and creative entrepreneurs, as well as funding for the sector. Importantly as well, this policy aims to increase access to culture for every Jamaican and build national identity. The building of national identity has implications for consolidation of positive values, the strengthening of communities, and the promotion of higher levels of productivity, peace, and stability in our country. Regarding our aim to fund the sector, we're establishing the Jamaica Entertainment and Cultural Development Foundation, a dedicated mechanism to provide sustainable financial support for creative projects, cultural preservation, and institutional development across the sector. It will be operationalized to address critical institutional gaps in Jamaica's culture and creative sectors, which will rise to the next level with systematic support. The foundation will promote cultural diversity and preservation, foster community engagement and social cohesion, drive economic growth, provide resilience mechanism for the sector, upskill individuals, support creative entrepreneurs, encourage innovation and creativity. It is intended to support the development of the entertainment, cultural, and creative industries by providing a structure for investment, for funding and strategic support to creators and practitioners. Through such a mechanism, the sector can better nurture talent, expand opportunities, strengthen institutions, and help transform creative work into meaningful economic and social value for the country. We're also moving to amend the Jamaican National Heritage Trust Act. The amendments will modernize the legislation, create new categories of recognition of heritage and cultural assets, and enact provisions of the UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property. This will prevent pilferage of our cultural and heritage assets and efforts to repatriate our artifacts which are in foreign countries. So Jamaica ratified the convention earlier this year during the visit to the island by the Director General of UNESCO. UNESCO accepted our nomination, Madam Speaker, for the inscription of Port Royal to the World Heritage List. The inscription recognizes Port Royal's unique terrestrial and submerged 17th century archaeological landscape, including fortifications and earthquake submerged structures from 1692. Port Royal joins the Blue and John Crow Mountains as Jamaican properties on the World Heritage List. The Heritage List recognizes and preserves monuments, buildings, and other sites that are considered to be of outstanding universal value. We are currently developing a case, Madam Speaker, and you'll find this of interest.
Please continue, Minister. You can sip your water before I start the clock.
Yeah. Give 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Yes, Madam Speaker. So what we are now doing is building a case to add John Kuno to the urgent safeguarding list as part of our efforts to revive and protect the waning cultural practice. An inscription will provide access to funding through UNESCO's Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund for programs aimed at revitalizing John Kuno, because most of you would remember John Kuno when you were youngsters. Now, Madam Speaker, today we take our mission for reparatory justice to the next level with the launch of a campaign to petition His Majesty King Charles III. We intend to petition King Charles on September the 6th, an historic day. On this date in 1781, the Zong slave ship departed West Africa for Jamaica with 442 enslaved Africans. Throughout the journey, the ship ran into trouble, and the captain kept throwing enslaved Africans overboard in order to claim insurance for loss of cargo. 140 enslaved Africans were killed. The ship finally arrived in Black River on December the 21st, 1781. We erected a monument to the murdered Africans in Black River where the ship docked. Interestingly, when Hurricane Melissa devastated the town, it was the only monument standing, as if to remind us of our duty to seek reparatory justice. So our petition to the King will request that he refers to the Privy Council, the final appellate court of Jamaica, 3 questions related to the criminal nature of the transatlantic trafficking and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans in Jamaica. And the 3 questions relate to A, whether the forced transportation of African people from their homelands to Jamaica and their subsequent enslavement in Jamaica were lawful because such unauthorized removal and enslavement was contrary to the fundamental principles of the common law. B, whether the forced transportation and subsequent enslavement of people of African descent up until 1838 constituted crimes against humanity under international law for which the UK bears responsibility. C, in the light of the said actions, illegalities, whether the UK is under an obligation to provide a remedy to the Jamaican people for the unlawful transportation and enslavement of African people in Jamaica under British rule up until 1838 and for the continuing consequences of the same. This request is made to His Majesty the King in his capacity as head of state of Jamaica and from whom we expect protection. And we have the full support of CARICOM in the execution of this action. The enslavement of our ancestors lasted over 300 years before their own sustained effort. They were able to remove the shackles of enslavement. By their own sustained effort, they were able to remove the shackles of enslavement. When the ancestors achieved their emancipation in 1834, the planters were compensated for loss of property. let us remember that the government of England calculated the cost to the planters of losing their so-called property at $47 million. The government of England was only able to finance up to £20 million in compensation through a loan that was finally settled in 2015. They decided to impose a period of apprenticeship to offset the additional cost of £27,000. And this apprenticeship system meant that the newly emancipated Africans were forced to provide years of additional free labor to the planters, thereby literally paying their enslavers for their freedom. On March 25th this year, Madam Speaker, the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Slave Trade, the government of Ghana secured in the United Nations the passing of a resolution declaring the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized enslavement of Africans as the gravest crime against humanity. And Jamaica, with the rest of CARICOM, supported the declaration. So, Madam Speaker, in an effort to improve public awareness on the matters of reparations, my ministry will, in short, publish a document titled 100 Discussion Points on Reparations, contributed by 3 members of the National Council on Reparations, Dr. Jalani Nayo, Professor Clinton Houghton, and Dr. Michael Barnett, and the aim is to fill the gap of knowledge and guide our deliberations at this strategic time. Now, Madam Speaker, on Good Friday, I formally presented, along with the Deputy Prime Minister, to the Coral Gardeners Rastafari Benevolent Society the titles for 2 lots in Albion St. James in furtherance of our commitment to facilitate establishment of an elder care home. So we are treated with reparations at home. We are setting the example. Madam Speaker, as I close, much has been achieved of which we can be and have been truly proud. Yet we recognize that the next level is for things to soar to even greater heights with higher levels of growth and development bolstered by new ways of being, of thinking, and doing. It is about raising the proverbial bar even higher than we have done so far by re-envisioning culture, gender, entertainment, and sport, and ensuring that we continue to take bold, ambitious, beneficial, strategic, and impactful actions to improve the lives and careers of the people and sectors that we represent. We are committed to the task, Madam Speaker. We are committed to the task ahead, confident in our purpose, in our record of service to the people, and in our ability to continue building to the next level. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and God bless you. Thank you.
Come, Mama.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we will continue our sectoral debates, having heard from the Chief Architect of Culture and Sports and Entertainment right here in Jamaica, and the main purveyor of all things gender-related, our minister, in a wonderful presentation. We will now have the Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Eastern, who will make her presentation.
Member Daly, could you turn your mic on, please? Member Daly, could you turn your mic on, please?
Yeah, all right. All right. You understand? Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, it is always an honor and privilege to rise in this honorable house to
Permission
make
to
my
speak from a seat
presentation
other than your own?
to these sectorial debates.
Permission to speak from a seat.
I'm right at my seat, right at my seat. I deliberate.
You don't normally sit at your seat.
I'm right at my seat.
Huh? Where is the
I don't draw the Constitution today. Where am I at my seat? Yes. Madam Speaker, can I continue?
Do we have a fire hazard right there? Do we have a fire hazard? Because I am seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 persons.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
No, Member Daly, hold on, please. I don't want to lose any of your time.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today, I do
No,
so...
Member Daly, hold on. I want to hear your presentation, Member Daly.
Let's get all the issues she has out before the lady starts. Any other issues? Thank you, Lord.
Yeah. Are we okay now, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, can I proceed? Or are you going to give me back the time?
No, I'm going to start the clock again, so that's why I
Okay.
don't want you to lose any of your time. So members, please once again make welcome the member from St. Catherine Eastern, who will make her presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That sounds very much like it now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is always an honor and privilege to rise in this honorable house to make my contribution to the sectorial debates. Today, I do so as a proud member of Parliament of St. Catherine Eastern, one of Jamaica's most historic constituency, very dynamic, industrious, starting from De La Vega City, Greendale, Windsor Heights, Larriston, Twickenham Park, straight along to Ferry, even though some wanted to claim it before. Today, I begin by giving honor and thanks to the Almighty God for his continued guidance. I also wish to express my sincere appreciation to to the Leader of the Opposition, Mark Golding, for assigning me to this important portfolio, which speaks directly to the dignity, protection, and the well-being of some of the most vulnerable members of our society. To my family, I thank you. And Madam Speaker, I believe we have created history today because my brother, who don't come nowhere near this kind of politics or parliament, he's my only brother in Jamaica, and he's in the gallery with me here today. Mr. Hilton Daly. Madam Speaker, I also have, because I heard a member saying that I don't have anybody up there, but all the people were mine, you know. They didn't know that, so I trick you. Madam Speaker, I have the Spanish Town Primary and Junior High. Spanish Town Primary, Madam Speaker, one of the greatest primary schools, and the minister would agree with me that they won the Central Championship and the National Championship in terms of athletics, and they are here with me today. We have also, Madam Speaker, the principal and one of the coach, and I believe 2 teachers that are here with us today. And Madam Speaker, not to mention my constituency, they are out in full. Some out in the park, waiting. And some watching on the television. To my family, thank you for your constant love, prayers, and support. To my counselor, and one just stand, Councillor Keisha Lewis, Norman Scott, and guess what? I heard the minister bragging about 4 out of 4, but guess what? I have 3 out of 4, but I have the mayor. Enos Lawrence from the powerful De La Vega City, and he's inside here with me today. And Donovan Guy, who sent me an apology that he would not be here today. Miss Audrey Hudson, my secretary, my CDF officers, Miss Prendergast, Mr. Walker and Mr. Tennant, my CPO, my driver, Dave, and the hard-working staff of my task force. I thank you for your commitment and dedication. Madam Speaker, it is my firm belief that the true measure of a nation is not found in the height of its buildings or the size of the economy. It is found in how we treat those who depend for protection from us. Today, I rise to speak on behalf of women and men, girls and boys, our senior citizens, and persons with disabilities. Even though their circumstances may differ, they are united by one common expectation: that their government should protect their rights, uphold their dignity, and create opportunities for them to live safe, productive, and fulfilling. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the portfolio of gender. Too often we hear the words gender affairs. Our minds immediately turn to women. While women continue to face significant challenges that demand urgent attention, gender affairs is not simply about women. It is about women and men. It is about boys and girls. It is about creating a society where every Jamaican has equal opportunity to live free from violence, discrimination, and unnecessary barriers. Madam Speaker, there are 19 women serving in this honorable house. Yet, statistics tells us that approximately 1 in 4 will experience some form of gender-based violence during her lifetime. Madam Speaker, just think about it. 1 in every 4. Madam Speaker, this means that our mother, our sister, and even some in the walls of this parliament, this chamber, probably exposed to domestic violence. Despite the laws, policies, and public education campaigns introduced over the years, gender-based violence continue to rob too many Jamaican women of their peace, their security, and their lives. Madam Speaker, we have all become too familiar with this cycle. A woman is killed, the nation mourns, we block roads, we burn tires, we have news, we have headlines. Then, like clockwork, we hear those heartbreaking words. She had reported him before. She was trying to leave. The warning signs were there. Yet the intervention came too late. Madam Speaker, prevention must begin long before another funeral. It is also important that we understand the distinction between homicide and femicide. Homicide refers to the unlawful killing of a person. Femicide, however, refers specifically to the killing of women and girls. Most often following a pattern of domestic abuse, manipulation, violence. This distinction matters, Madam Speaker, because the required solution differs. If we continue to treating every femicide as simply another homicide, we will continue responding after lives have already been lost. Instead of identifying the warning signs that would prevent these tragedies, the UNFPA described Jamaica, Madam Speaker, as the second highest rate of femicide globally. Every woman lost leave behind grieving families, communities that have forever changed. Madam Speaker, this is why I believe it is time for Jamaica to establish a national femicide registry. Such a registry would allow us to collect, analyze critical information, including previous reports of domestic violence, restraining orders, police interventions, and other indicators of escalating abuse. It would enable policymakers, social workers, and law enforcement to identify patterns, improve interventions, and ultimately preserve and save lives. Madam Speaker, while we must confront violence in our home and communities, we must also acknowledge that violence has evolved. Today, abuse no longer ends when someone leaves the house. It follows them onto their devices and social media. Cyberbullying has become one of the most significant threats facing our young people. We have seen lives damaged by online harassment, the non-consensual sharing of intimate images, cyber stalking, and public humiliation carried out behind anonymous screens. Words typed in seconds can leave emotional scars that last for years. Madam Speaker, we also cannot ignore the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence, AI, as an erroneous potential to transform every sector we can think of. But, Madam Speaker, like every powerful tool, it can also be abused. Today, women and girls have become targets through creation of deep fake images and digitally manipulated content intended to humiliate, exploit, and intimidate them. Young men are also increasingly exposed to cyber fraud and harmful digital influences that shape unhealthy attitude towards women and relationships. Madam Speaker, technology must never outpace our values. We must begin developing legislative safeguards, public education campaigns, and digital literacy programs that equip our citizens, especially our young people, to use these technology responsibly while protecting them from abuse. Our schools must also become a part of this conversation. Cyberbullying, digital footprints, and the responsible use of AI should form part of the broader discussion about healthy relationships and responsible behavior. Also, Madam Speaker, as we conclude today as Mental Health Month for men, Mental Health Month. Today is the 30th. And as we conclude the month, we must also confront another silent crisis unfolding across our country. Too many of our men are suffering quietly. Too many continue, and I think some are over there to suffering quietly. Too many continue to battle depression, anxiety, substance abuse, and emotional distress without ever seeking help. Madam Speaker, if we want healthier families, we need healthier men. If we want safer communities, we need emotionally healthier boys who grow into emotionally healthier fathers, husbands, brothers, and leaders. That is why we must expand access to mental health services, strengthen community-based counseling, encourage mentorship programs, and continue breaking the stigma around mental health. Madam Speaker, supporting our boys does not lessen our commitment to girls. A truly equal society leaves no one behind. So, Madam Speaker, that is why the gender-responsive budgeting remains so important. Public resources should reflect the different realities experienced by everyone. Investment in mental health, violence prevention, educational support, parenting initiative, public awareness campaign, and services for survivors should not be viewed as expensive. They are investment in national development. Madam Speaker, prevention must become our priority because prevention will always cost less than tragedy. Education will always cost less than violence. And dignity must always be the foundation for a stronger Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the elderly. There is an old saying that a society reveals its true character by how it treats its elderly. And if that is the standard by which nations are judged, then Jamaica still has much more work to do. Our senior citizens are not simply beneficiaries of government programs. They are the generation that build this country. They deserve our protection. Yet, Madam Speaker, despite the growing need of our aging population, Jamaica still lacks dedicated legislation to comprehensively protect our senior citizens. The Elderly Care and Protection Act was first proposed in 2024. I wanted to listen to this, Madam Speaker. And you know, it's so sad. We are now in 2026, and the legislation remains outstanding. So I ask again, where are we with this act? With more than 320,000. Now, Madam Speaker, it's when I turn back to the act, I am very sad. Because when we want to get certain things done in this parliament, we move with speed more than lightning bolt. And when it comes to the poor and vulnerable, we keep creeping and crawling. Madam Speaker, with more than 320,000 Jamaicans already over the age of 60, and that number projected to increase significantly over the coming decades, this legislation cannot continue to gather dust. It must provide meaningful protection against all types of abuse and financial exploitation. It must strengthen reporting mechanism, establish minimum standards for care, and ensure that those who abuse the elderly persons are held accountable. Madam Speaker, a public servant may dedicate up to 45 years to Jamaica. Their taxes are deducted every single month. Their statutory contributions are processed automatically. Yet, when retirement comes, the system suddenly stops or slows down or crawls. Months and even years pass. Meanwhile, pensioners are still left wondering how they will purchase medication or simply put food on their table. Madam Speaker, that is unacceptable. Retirement should not be. Madam Speaker, retirement should not become a period of financial uncertainty after a lifetime of faithful service. The opposition, therefore, is recommending that pension files begin verification process at least 1 year before retirement. Every document should be reviewed, every discrepancy resolved, and every approval completed before the employees leave the public service or the private institution. Pension payment should commence immediately upon retirement, not months and years after. While speaking, Madam Speaker, while we modernize the system, let us not forget those already trapped within it. There are pensioners who have waited far too long for what they have already earned. Any reform must include a plan to eliminate the existing backlog so that those currently affected are not forgotten. While new retirees benefit from an improved system. Madam Speaker, another issue deserving urgent attention is the impact of inflation on our pensioners. As the cost of living continues to rise, many fixed-income pensioners find that the value of their pension steadily diminished. A pension that once provided security can gradually become insufficient to meet even the most basic needs. Madam Speaker, since these people live to become pension age, why do we want to kill them now quickly? Because they cannot afford basic food. We must therefore examine whether additional safeguards are necessary to ensure that pensioners are not pushed below the poverty line, simply because the cost of living continues to exceed their income. Madam Speaker, Another issue receiving far too little attention is the growing digital divide. Technology undoubtedly brings efficiency. However, efficiency should never come at the expense of accessibility. Many senior citizens do not even own a phone, much less smartphone. They don't even know where the internet is, Madam Speaker. Many have never even received a form of digital literacy training. And all you can hear about now, they must go online, go on up, go on stop, and all kinds of things. As a result, they often find themselves standing outside cashless banking facilities, confused and frustrated, trying to access their own money that belongs to them. Some are forced to hand their card to even some thief, criminal, reveal their PIN. They want some relatives, they give their relatives their PINs, they don't get back any more money in there. And they have to rely simply because they have no alternative. It's either you hand over the PIN and lose some money and get some food, or you don't hand over the PIN and you starve. Madam Speaker, no Jamaican should have to compromise their financial security simply to access their own money. Cashless banking must never become people-less banking, nor should it become defenseless banking. We therefore recommend that every cashless banking facilities that have an ATM machine and government offices provide digital services have trained customer service representatives to available throughout banking hours to assist elderly persons requiring support. These officials should be clearly identified that they don't put on any bogus vest and become scammer too. Support should never depend upon luck or the kindness of a stranger. It should be part of the service itself. Madam Speaker, the elderly have already done their part. It is now our turn. Madam Speaker, I turn to a very touchy topic for me. It is very emotional for me, and it's persons with disabilities. Every Jamaican deserves the opportunity to live with dignity, independence, and equal access to opportunity. The principles must, regardless of person's physical ability, intellectual ability, or any other disability, ensure that they are protected. Madam Speaker, the Disability Act represented a significant step towards our country's upliftment. However, legislation alone does not transform lives. It must be reviewed, strengthened, and implemented. Madam Speaker, the Act clearly provides that a joint select committee review should take place no later than 3 years after it came into force. Since the Act became effective on February 2022, that review should have been completed by the 14th of February 2025. Yet, Madam Speaker, we are now well into 2026. The minister spoke the other day. Nothing was mentioned about it. The review remained outstanding. Indeed, even the committee, Madam Speaker, the Joint Select Committee, has not been established up until now. So I ask the minister, how much longer must persons with disability wait? How much longer will family and children wait? Surely the right of persons with disabilities cannot be placed on hold. Madam Speaker, too many government buildings remain inaccessible to wheelchair users, including this very parliament. And it was about 2 years ago that they said they're going to check every government place, every private place. They're going to check schools. I had to put up all type of things in my school. And up until now, even the one that we are into, have nothing at all to access a wheelchair. So, too many entrances, Madam Speaker, still have steps alone, while ramps should be where ramps should be. Too many public facilities remain difficult, or in some cases impossible to navigate independently. Accessibility is a right. The opposition therefore proposed that the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities undertake comprehensive accessibility audit of every government facility with clear timeline for corrective actions by the start of the next financial year. Every government ministry, agency, and public building should have published accessibility improvement plan. Yes. Madam Speaker, one of the issues that touched me the most while preparing this presentation was hearing from a mother whose child is still waiting to be assessed for disability. Madam Speaker, this child should now be preparing for secondary school. Instead, valuable years have been lost while the family waits for an assessment. Madam Speaker, no child should lose their years of learning because the system moves too slowly. Every month a child waits for assessment is another month of delay intervention, delay support, and delay opportunity. That is why the opposition is calling for a scholarship to encourage more teachers and professionals to pursue specialist training in the disability assessment, special education, speech therapy, occupational therapy, and educational psychology. Madam Speaker, the Hope Experimental School that our dear comrade leader, father, established, served generation of Jamaicans, children with disabilities with distinction. Its contribution to our country cannot be overstated. However, one school cannot carry the burden for the entire nation. I therefore recommend that at least 2 schools in every parish be identified and upgraded to accommodate children with disabilities. Madam Speaker, it doesn't even need the entire school. It can be at least 2 classrooms retrofitted in order that it can be accessible to persons with disabilities. Madam Speaker, nobody can tell me that it's hard. It can't hard like Nara. No parent should be forced. No parent should be forced to travel across parish boundaries simply because suitable educational facilities do not exist. Madam Speaker, before I take my seat, permit me, and I'm asking you to permit me. I ran very fast because I don't want any mic turn off on me. To make one final observation. Our nation is presently engaged in an important conversation regarding the proposed third country arrangement. As we participate in that discussion, I'm going to choose my words very carefully. No, because I know why. Because I don't want you to twist me up. Madam Speaker, protect me. I encourage every member of this honorable house to revisit the autobiography of one of Jamaica's renowned writer, Claude McKay, entitled A Long Way from Home. Although it speaks of his personal journey across nations and continents, it is a story about identity, belonging, displacement, and the universal search for dignity. It reminds us that behind every policy, every debate, and every headline are human beings with hope, fear, don't care what they did, families, and dreams. As legislator, Madam Speaker, may we never become so consumed by policy that we lose sight of the people whom those policies affect. Our decision must always be guided by justice, compassion, and respect for human dignity. Madam Speaker, that is the Jamaica we should all strive to build. I thank you.
Well done, Dede. Yes.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, allow me to thank the member from St. Catherine Eastern. I will say that definitely on the opposition side, that is by far the best presentation. It is. 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 If other members of the opposition would take the sort of measured but constructive approach that the member took, we would have a better debate. And I must tell you, your intervention in relation to pensions, I think, rings with everybody, about people getting their pensions at time. I don't know why her colleagues are upset that she did the best. The best is the best. The best is the best. Don't be. Come on. Anyway, Madam Speaker, we are now going to have the closing presentation by the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of National Security and Peace, Dr. Horace Chang.
Thanks, House Leader. Please turn your mic on, Deputy PM.
Thank you. One second. Madam, excellent presentation. Madam Speaker, it looks coming from one. Where we in this? That looks both in your car. Bright yellow.
Deputy Prime Minister. Our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security has taken his...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Coming after the two ladies, but Madam Speaker, over the past several weeks, the Honourable House has once again been the stage for one of the most important exercises in our democratic tradition. We have heard proposal advances, advanced arguments tested, and competing visions for Jamaica placed before the country. On the side, the government has set out its record, its priorities, and its plans. On the other side, the opposition has offered its critique and its alternatives. In that process, the Jamaican people have had the opportunity to assess both, because in our democracy, the ultimate verdict belongs to this, not to this House, but to the people of Jamaica. That is democracy in action as of September 23, 2025. The fact that these discussions take place openly, vigorously, and under public scrutiny is itself evidence of a healthy and functioning democracy. We will not always agree, nor should we. Democracy is not built on unanimity. It is strengthened by robust debate, accountability, and the willingness to subject ideas, policy, and performance to public examination. In that spirit, we welcome the newest members of this House, the freshman class of 2025 on the opposition benches, along with those members who have returned after an enforced sabbatical. They have come back with a little bit more energy. Come. They went on sabbatical, you know who they are. You sent them on sabbatical, you know. I think they have acquitted themselves well and contributed meaningful to the debate. Madam Speaker, renewal is healthy for every democracy. It brings with it fresh perspective and new voices. But this debate has also reminded us that governing a country, particularly through difficult and uncertain times, demands experience, competence, steady leadership. Those are the qualities. Those are the qualities the Jamaican people recognized when they renewed the confidence in this administration and entrusted the most honorable Prime Minister with a third consecutive term and the fourth term to come first. I want to place on record my appreciation to all the members of this honorable House and both the government and opposition benches for the seriousness and discipline they brought to this year's sectoral debate. I commend you, Madam Speaker. I commend you, Madam Speaker, for the fair, firm, and dignified manner in which you guided these proceedings. You did so with exceptional tact and diplomacy in managing the House throughout this debate. And I want to acknowledge the leader of the government business and the leader of the opposition business for their roles they played in managing the business of the House and facilitating meaningful engagement during this presentation. Commendation must go to my colleague ministers of government who used their presentation to clearly outline the policies, programs, and priorities that will guide implementation in the year ahead. even as the country continues to recover from the Hurricane Melissa, a Type 5, Category 5 hurricane that devastated a large section of our country. Impact across 5 parishes in particular disrupted lives, damaged livelihoods, and left emotional scars that many Jamaicans continue to carry. I extend my special concern to the constituencies from those 5 parishes, in particular St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James, to all members in these 5 parishes, which I said, a Category 5 hurricane is a unique activity. It didn't happen before. There was very little record. Put bluntly, in dealing with it, there was no previous experience that we could call on physically, and there was very little record of experience of any activity of that sort. We had the challenge of Gilbert in the late 1980s, in which a near Category 4 affected a part of the island. At that time, there was very little institutional arrangement to deal with a disaster. I had been in a constituency in Western Hanover, which was one of the most devastated. And Oddpim was a one-man operation. I think I commanded McFarlane. And in fact, much of the work I had to do on my own volition and call on the local civil servants to work on the record of how we had to manage that, when we had a 90% housing damage. Don't exist. So when I spoke at our own emergency meeting in St. James, everybody thought I was trying to frighten them because I was a member of government. And I think that was reflected throughout the island, the parishes that were threatened. The membership of the Emergency Response Committee, while expanded and stronger today than it was then, still couldn't come to appreciate what a Category 5 hurricane would be like. In fact, I remember speaking to one of the members and he said, "Look, you're trying to fight me, Dr. Cham." But the next morning, they understood, but it was a major impact and affected all across those areas in Western Jamaica. It was in response to those realities that the government, of course, established the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, NARA. NARA may have had some debates and interrogation around the issue, but NARA represents more than a response to one disaster. It reflects a government that is prepared to learn from experience, to strengthen its institutions, and to build a more efficient, transparent, and resilient framework for recovery before the next crisis arrives. Madam Speaker, throughout the sectoral debate, a clear and consistent purpose was emerged, and that is to strengthen fiscal responsibility, improve productivity, and build national resilience. Resilience in the face of a severe climate change, changing social environment, and changing geopolitical realities. These are not separate ambitions. They are interconnected pillars at the same national project, securing Jamaica's future. Sound fiscal management creates the space to invest in the priorities that matter most to our people. Greater productivity means a more skilled workforce, a more competitive economy, stronger opportunities for individuals, families, and businesses to thrive and increase prosperity for all. Resilience, in turn, ensures that the progress we make today can endure the shocks of tomorrow. Hurricane Melissa reminds us that resilience is not built in the middle of a crisis. It is indeed built long before the storm arrives. It is seen in hospitals that remain operational under pressure, in roads and bridges that can withstand extreme weather events, in the food systems that continue to function, and institutions that are able to respond quickly, effectively, and compassionately when citizens need them most. So some were destroyed beyond functioning, but the country responded well, and indeed the people of Jamaica responded exceptionally. As exemplified the Jamaica Conservative Force, the Jamaica Fire Brigade, the Municipal Corporation, National Works Agency, Jamaica Defense Force, and the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, all first-time responders that were able to carry us through the first 48 hours despite of the damage and the challenge that was laid out there. We commend all the public sector workers in those particular institutions that came out, many of them, in fact, having the damage to their very personal homes. But I recall the very morning, Wednesday morning, they were on the road seeking to get things back to normal. They represent the best of our people, and that's what we'll build on as we proceed to the future. Madam Speaker, the story that has emerged from this debate is that of a government focused not only on managing the demands of the present, but on laying the foundation for a stronger, safer, more productive, and more resilient Jamaica for generations to come. That's why I need extra time. Let me turn to a couple of the substantive line ministries, Madam Speaker. To the old ministry which I have the privilege to oversee, and I had the privilege of opening the debate, I told this honourable House that Jamaica was making historic progress in the fight against crime and violence. One of the pillars of any prosperous country and on which we can grow is public order, security, and of course, good fiscal management. They are the two pillars and foundations which we can build a strong, prosperous country. Today I rise to report that those gains have not only held, but they have deepened. The downward trajectory has continued, confirming that Jamaica is not witnessing a temporary decline, but a sustained transformation in public safety. At the close of 2025, Jamaica recorded 674 murders, the first time in more than 32 years. That annual total fell below 700. Our national homicide rate dropped from 40 per 100,000 residents in 2024 to 24 per 100,000, and indeed over 60% from its peak. A decline of 41% in 2025. That is not a marginal improvement, it's a dramatic turning point in public safety in our country. Madam Speaker, we are not pausing to admire the numbers. We are pressing forward to even better numbers and to continued peace and safety in our community. The data for 2026 already highlights a downward trend. As of yesterday, June 29, homicides were down a further 23% compared with the corresponding period of last year. This has placed Jamaica on course to record one of the safest years in its modern history. If that trajectory holds, we will end 2026 with fewer than 600 murders. Just a few years ago, that would have seemed out of reach, a possible miracle. Today, it is within sight and actively being achieved because the country has stayed the course, the government has stayed the course, and because the government has stayed the course, and the people have stayed with us in carrying out that job. Let's be clear, Madam Speaker. This progress did not happen by chance. It did not happen on its own. It's the product of deliberate policy, sustained investment, and the determined work of the men and women across our national security force, the Jamaica Consular Force, Jamaica Defence Force, supported by other agencies in the security team. The result of major infrastructure investment under Project Rock, police stations being constructed and rehabilitated across the island, some are still to come, is a result of record recruitment and promotion cycle within the Jamaica Constable Force, strengthening both capacity and morale. It is a result of an expanded Jamaica Eye surveillance network and the continued modernization of policing tools across the country. Madam Speaker, it is also a result of institutions that are being strengthened with purpose. The Major Organized Crime and Anti-Corruption Agency continues to expand its capacity to disrupt organized criminal networks and confront corruption across Jamaica. But indeed, MOCA has become so successful and competent, it is now the agency of choice, along with the Jamaica Consular Force, for the English-speaking Caribbean. We have been called on to assist our brothers and sisters across the Caribbean, in Turks, British Virgin Islands, St. Lucia, and we have had discussions in Barbados and Trinidad. The work of MOCA and the JCF and our security team has shown a level of achievement that was unparalleled. The Passport Immigration Citizenship Agency is strengthening border security at a time when migration management, document integrity, and transnational threats are more important than ever. Jamaica Defence Force and the Ministry of Defence continue to extend its reach in law enforcement support, crisis management, maritime security, and the protection of Jamaica's economic zone as we position the country to grow the blue economy. And through the Jamaica Cyber Incident Response Team, we are building cyber defense capacity that Jamaica and the wider Caribbean will increasingly require in the years ahead. Madam Speaker, we have transformed correctional services and rehabilitation, with recidivism rate declining from 41% to 27%, one of the most significant reductions in the recorded history of recidivism. A reflection of the work we have done to bring the correction service in the 21st century, and to commend the men and women of that section for the work they're doing, and to thank the ministers within my ministry who have worked there, starting with my colleague to right now responsible for water and environment, who was there before and prior to him, and of course my current minister, Minister Juliet Cuthbert-Finn, hard-working individual who brings integrity, consistency, and commitment to our work. She worked with sincerity, and it has been transmitted to the workers in the correctional service, and we can see the results that we are beginning to have, the kind of response we're getting out there that will ensure those who have gone into correctional service come out to continue to return to a productive life and not a life of crime. No, the water. Roll out. I could do the glass. None of this would matter without the cooperation of the Jamaican people. And I repeat, Madam Speaker, none of this would matter without, none would matter without the cooperation of the Jamaican people. It would not be possible without the dedication of the professionals on the front lines or the commitment of those who work tirelessly behind the scenes. They shape the legislation, assist to develop the policies, prepare the concept notes, and craft speeches that guide this national effort. The progress Jamaica has made belongs to all of them. It belongs to every mother and father, to every aunt and uncle, to every brother and sister, cousin and neighbor. It belongs to every Jamaican who continues to believe in this country, who stands for law and order, and who refuses to give up on the promise of a safer, stronger Jamaica. A safer Jamaica is not being built by institutions alone. It's being built by citizens who have chosen to stand with law enforcement, to share information, to reject criminality, and to reclaim their communities. That is why I say the peace dividend is real. It is visible in the community that are seeing fewer murders, fewer shootings, fewer acts of violence, and are active in their communities. Whether the grandmother going to church, prayer meeting on Wednesday night now without fear, or the young men playing football until late, or the men playing dominoes on the street light or on the shop plaza, at all without fear, are being shot by marauding criminals. It is visible in families who can breathe a little easier, in business that can operate with greater confidence, and in young people who can begin to imagine a future not defined by fear. This government, under the leadership of the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, the member from a part of St. Andrews, remains committed to protecting our progress, strengthening our security institutions, and delivering a safer Jamaica for generations to come. Absolutely no criminal or those associated with them will be safe or comfortable to operate in Jamaica. If I digress a little bit, Madam Speaker, there are some who are perpetuating a little myth about a particular agreement, which I'm not going to debate or raise today in any way. But to consider that I would bring criminals into Jamaica from anywhere of any kind, after doing all we have done, to reduce crime and violence. It's ridiculous, Madam Speaker. I know social media has the capacity to make these things go viral and get them across after repeated things. But it's just absolutely ridiculous for us to think that that would bring further criminals in here. The reality is that no criminal will find a safe haven anywhere in Jamaica while this government is here, while I'm sitting in this seat. None of any color or creed anywhere from where they are from. Those who are Jamaican citizens have a pride in Jamaica. They come back and understand there's a new order in place in Jamaica. We welcome them as well, brothers and sisters, but they'll have to remain within the order and behave themselves. Let us stop distorting the facts, and that side has, Mr. Speaker. Some of that comment, of course, coming from another minister. It is signed and in the files in my office, where it should be. Right? Jamaicans work too hard to make our country safer. We'll protect those gains, secure our borders, and keep criminals out of the country, and remove those who are here. We are committed to. We are committed to ensuring our communities are safe, and we will incapacitate those who commit criminal activity within our borders, wherever they are, whatever color they are, wherever they are. I now turn to our colleagues across, my colleagues in the cabinet who spoke, and look at a few of the line ministries. Their contributions have reinforced a central message of this debate. This is a government that governs with purpose. It coordinates across portfolios. It confronts Jamaica's long-term challenges with seriousness, discipline, and resolve, like crime and fiscal management. It's a government focused on results, not disruption, solutions, not noise, and on leadership, not theatrics. Madam Speaker, I had to follow the line the House leader did in lining up the spokesman. And we look first at my colleague who oversees the water, environment, and climate change. Relatively, as an independent ministry, relatively fresh and new. Through its minister, the member from a part of St. Ann, this portfolio tells an important story about the resilience in action, not only in responding to crisis, but in strengthening the system that will carry Jamaica through the next one. In the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, the ministry and its agencies restored critical water services at a commendable rate, even where there was no power. They found ways and means of getting water to various corners of Jamaica. I recall very distinctly in my own constituency. They came in there and we were out of power for a long time, as well as broken mains. And the Ministry of Water responded, and we were able to survive a traumatic, nearly 2 months. The ministry and its agencies restored, but recovery was only the beginning. The government is now securing Jamaica's water future through the upgrading of water systems, the expansion of treatment capacity, and the modernization of critical infrastructure, including the Hermitage Dam. But the Northwest Resilience Water Supply Scheme of well over $300 million, organized and contracted at record speed, but with transparency and commitment. And anyone who wishes to look at the numbers may do so. The ministry went out, worked, mobilized all the government agencies, and we were to start what's a multi-billion-dollar project in record time. And work has started. Not in the pipeline. They are in Eastern Sentinel right now and out in Hanover to get an effective water line that's been changed a long time ago to Negril and into Montego Bay, and we will have a resilient, effective system that will not be subject to the kind, that will be able to withstand the kind of disaster that hit us in Melissa and Category 5 hurricane. These investments are about ensuring that every Jamaican has access to a more reliable and resilient water supply. They're operating across the country. It will take time, but it has to be done properly. It means engineers designing the work, getting the right pipes, and then installing them at the engineering standards with the hydraulic standard required to ensure that they are resilient and maintained and over time. The objective is not only ensure that the urban areas will have over 80% access to reliable, good water, including the Carpenter and St. Catherine out into the other parish capitals, but that rural Jamaica will move from what was some 50+% supply to over 75% reliable water supply. That takes time, money, and hard work. We don't understand the complaints, and we understand. You will get it. But like everything else, we have to do it right. If you don't do it right, then it will not be reliable. So it is unreliable now, but we will make it reliable through this minister. Well, you know, you're on that side, you like the look over there. You can wait on it over there. You said, it's not been said though. You'll wait the 20 years for it over there. At the same time, the ministry is continuing to strengthen Jamaica's environmental and climate resilience agenda. And I repeat that, Madam Speaker. The ministry continues to strengthen Jamaica's environmental and climate resilience agenda. Our selection to host the 2029 Our Ocean Conference is an international recognition of the country's growing leadership in climate action, ocean conservation, and environmental stewardship. We commend the ministry and its staff. This is the direction of the government, building a Jamaica that is more resilient, more sustainable, and better prepared for the future. Coming up right after the Minister of Water and Environment was a colleague of ours. I think he was in the house earlier, but he is so energetic, he keeps moving. Like what? Yourself battery on the move. The Minister responsible for energy, telecommunication, and transport. A portfolio whose minister personifies his very first word, energy. Bring to it both energy and drive and consistency. Through close cooperation with my ministry, he has helped to bring greater order and safety to the transport sector, critical artery of national life and economic activity. The work is a work in progress, and we expect, as you announced, that once we get the demerit system in place, we have already reduced road fatalities by near 30%. We will be going full house to getting full blow to reducing by more than 50% in a very short time. This portfolio is helping to shape Jamaica's future through electricity sector reform, a modernized regulatory framework, and measures to protect consumers from global energy shocks. The government is building a more reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy system. At the same time, the establishment of a dedicated road safety fund reflects our commitment to changing behavior, reducing fatalities, and making Jamaica roads safer for every citizen. This is the agenda before us: modern infrastructure, affordable energy, safer roads, and a transport system capable of supporting sustained economic growth and national development. The member from Party St. Catherine spoke on health, who oversee that area. Jamaica is witnessing a transformation in public health. Like every transformation, it will go through pains and aches. But public health care, unlike anything we have, is a transformation unlike anything we have ever had in our history. It's not only simply expanding health infrastructure, it is building a stronger, more modern, and more resilient healthcare system for all Jamaicans. Major work is underway to modernize and expand the country's hospital network. Cornwall stands out and has created a number of challenges, but Cornwall came about as years of neglect of maintenance. It was not easy for a minister to just say, close the hospital and gut it and rebuild it. The largest modern hospital outside the corporate area, which had very little neglect. I had the experience of being in that ministry from 30 years back, and they have never had a maintenance program, which is a defect which are the correct. So it got to a bad stage, but it's well on the way to being completed, and Western Jamaica will have a brand new health facility, the largest in pediatric and adolescent hospital included in the Corner Regional Complex. Could be named the Corner, which was named after late Herbert Elemiah, conceived it, and now the Portia Sims Miller Western Children and Adolescent Care Center will be in one campus, and we'll be able to bring quality health care to the entire Jamaica, literally. And we are confident and know that the minister has taken it to that stage, taking some bruising and beating, but he persisted, and we look forward to the complete opening in Western Jamaica. At the same time, we'll initiate now the rebuilding of the Kingston Public Hospital and have major improvement to the Spanish Town Hospital. And we know it will be completed in due time and within budget. They have had the experience and the challenge of dealing with a difficult station to now apply in transforming that in Spanish Town as well as the corporate area. During this financial year, these investments will be complemented by the completion of 3 major health centers in St. Catherine, significantly expanding access to quality health care and strengthening service delivery, particularly in our most vulnerable communities. But our agenda goes beyond bricks and mortar. We are protecting these investments by strengthening the long-term maintenance of our health facilities and confronting one of the sector's most persistent challenges, the health workforce. Through international recruitment, expanded training, and a stronger pipeline for nurses and specialist personnel, we're building the capacity needed to deliver quality health care well into the future. We extend our support to our Minister. That is the direction of the government, investing not only in hospitals, but in healthier people, stronger communities, and a healthcare system that every Jamaican can rely on with confidence. Madam Speaker, our next speaker is one of our younger members in the Cabinet from part of St. Elizabeth. Agriculture is one of the sectors hardest hit by both Hurricane Melissa and Hurricane Beryl. Yet under this minister's leadership, the sector has demonstrated remarkable resilience, recovering strongly while laying the foundation for long-term growth. Despite the devastation caused by the hurricane, agriculture recorded its second highest crop output on record, reflecting the determination of our farmers, the ministry's commitment to restoring production and supporting rural communities. The ministry and his team did a remarkable job ensuring we could come out of these two natural disasters. Recovery remains a priority, but is no longer the only priority. The government, the ministry, under its leadership, is now modernizing agriculture for the future. Greenhouse expansion and the development of a 10-year national agricultural plan for the first time in memory, and continued investment in climate-smart farming are all part of a broader strategy to strengthen food security, increase productivity, and create prosperity in rural Jamaica. This is how we will build a more competitive agricultural sector, expand opportunities, and ensure that future generations are seeing farming not simply as a way of life, but as a pathway to innovation, entrepreneurship, and economic growth. That matters because when we strengthen agriculture, we strengthen Jamaica. We have strengthened our food supply, reduced our dependence on imports, preserved valuable foreign exchange, created wealth in our rural communities, and built a more resilient economy that is better able to withstand external shocks. Madam Speaker, that is the progress of this administration in delivering for Jamaican people. The welfare ministry, few ministers have, the minister responsible is among few ministries we are tested more severely over the last year than Labour and Social Security. Hurricane Melissa created hardship on an extraordinary scale, but the ministry responded with urgency, coordination, and compassion. There obviously will be, at the level of devastation, there will be challenges. You know, Madam Speaker, as I said at the very beginning, it was difficult to get the institution to respond to the level that all be satisfied. But much work was done by individuals who took off time, went on the road, and seek to find those who are devastated and work with them. And sometimes some of the complaints have to be proportional, because those who don't receive will be loud, those who receive are quiet. There was the big issue on roofing, and I can tell you there were hardware stores in Montego Bay, there were long lines in the day. And those hardware dealers were able to receive not millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in the time it was there because much was expended in the years. And beneficiaries in the fire price, I'm told, was over $8 billion. But of course, it maybe needed $2 billion more, and those who did not receive, of course, will make a lot of money. It's still good money. But a lot was done, and good work was done by the public servants who labor in that ministry. They mobilized emergency support for affected families, working with the World Food Program, churches, partners to ensure that the assistance reached those who need it most, the Jamaica Defense Force. That is why the ROOFs program has become such an important part of our recovery. ROOFs 1 helped families begin the access process rebuilding. ROOFs 2 were accelerating delivery, improving efficiency, and ensuring that more Jamaicans receive the support they need through faster and more transparent systems. Madam Speaker, this government is repairing more than roofs and supporting families. We are restoring dignity, strengthening communities, and ensuring that when disaster strikes, no vulnerable Jamaican is left behind. The commitment will continue to guide this government as we build a stronger and more resilient Jamaica. The presentation will be complete with reference to the agencies that are supervised under the Prime Minister's office. A story is emerging from this debate that Jamaica is not treating digital transformation as a side project. It is increasingly being built into every government's department and agency, the way the economy grows and the way Jamaicans are prepared for the future. Within the Office of the Prime Minister, work on efficiency, innovation, and digital transformation is helping to modernize the citizens' experience, reduce the cost of doing business within the state. The evidence is clear. At Jamaica, where the key public services exist in both physical and digital form, making government faster, more accessible, and more efficient and responsive. Everybody knows that a police officer will pick up on his rugged machine whether your vehicle is have your certificate or not, reflecting efficiency. Although it is a matter of engaging somebody who may have breached, but it shows the quality of the work being done, and maybe the easiest thing to relate to everybody. But that kind of digitization is taking place throughout the government, and will ensure that public service not only become more accessible, but more user-friendly to the wider public. We are seeing that shift through platforms such as Paygate, which has processed more than 1 million transactions, and through the rollout of digital tools designed to reduce friction, improve service delivery, and strengthen trust in the government system. At the same time, the science technology portfolio is focused on ensuring that Jamaicans are not simply consumers of the digital economy, but participants in it through the GAINS program. One will invest in a workforce transformation initiative that will bring A1 certification and digital skills across 63 constituencies. Local government, Madam Speaker, remains one of the central pillars of government's development and disaster response architecture. Hurricane Melissa truly tested that system in real time, and the minister responded by learning quickly and acting decisively. In the aftermath of Melissa, thousands of building applications have been processed to help families and businesses rebuild. Emergency shelter standards have been strengthened, and work is underway to establish a new Jamaica Fire Brigade Emergency Communications Center. And care facilities have been upgraded to better protect our most vulnerable. National Solid Waste Management Authority has likewise introduced a new protocol to pre-position equipment in safe areas in the face of any unknowns of disaster. While they retool, the new equipment will be safe and resilient. Madam Speaker, in addition to that area, few structural problems have held Jamaica back longer than insecure land tenure and the wider crisis of untitled informal settlement. Too many Jamaican families will occupy land they cannot properly leverage, transfer, or use as a foundation for wealth creation, a matter that I am particularly familiar with in the wider informal settlements that surround Montego Bay. That is why the work now underway matters. The government is accelerating titling, expanding surveying capacity, distributing titles, and confronting the long-standing challenge of informal settlement and squatting through our active consultation reform. Over 1,000 titles have been delivered. And work on a current survey to bring up to date the data on informal settlement is starting. Should be completed very soon. This has played a vital role in disaster recovery. Following Hurricane Melissa, the government expanded temporary housing support to ensure that displaced families had safe accommodation while rebuilding their lives. I think they brought in several thousand small, safe homes that will be utilized to provide shelter with dignity, security, and opportunity to recover from a crisis. The Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Reform is, of course, carrying forward one of the more important reform agenda of the government: the expansion of restorative justice, the expansion of criminal records for rehabilitated Jamaicans, and the move toward a fully paperless court system all speak to a justice system being reshaped to be more accessible, more efficient, and more humane. The reform is now taking shape in both process and in infrastructure. Integrated electronic case management system is being developed and completed. At the same time, 4 new courthouses were built, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, St. Anne, and Trelawney, so that the infrastructure and the working environment will in fact present the opportunity for a modern, efficient, just court system. I must commend the Minister whose steady leadership has kept justice reform moving. When justice is timely, accessible and fair, it strengthens confidence in the rule of law and reinforces every investment of the government. The other sector of the Ministry, the Prime Minister oversees in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Madam Speaker, for too long, Jamaica had to wait years, sometimes decades, to see roads repaired and basic infrastructure delivered. So the Spark Fund was created. It's one of the most well-funded and coordinated activity. It is causing problems because it's causing some concern among some members of Parliament because to get it done properly, it takes time. And we have to, those roads were there for a long time in disrepair. I'm not so long I've rural Jamaica, you had unpaved roads, not properly built, and to build, redesign, and build will always consume not only time, but it needs professionals to do the proper design that when these roads are built, they will last. But the project itself is continuing, so that had some hiccups, but those are being overcome, and all constituencies will have the benefit from it. There's a call for more work to be done on a consensus level, and the Minister will respond because they always do, but to build out a resilient, proper design infrastructure will continue in the Spark program. It will mean safer roads, lower vehicle costs, better access to schools, greater productivity, and access to our critical institutions. There will be many jobs generated. And at the end of the day, while it is painful going through the construction phase, we'll have a more resilient infrastructure system across the island. Tourism again has shown that it remains one of the big pillars of Jamaican economy. Hurricane Melissa interrupted the momentum, but it did not break it. Through coordinated action between government, private sector, and tourism workers, industry reopening in December, there's still some to come. But industry is active, people are going, workers are going back to work, and we look toward a successful year. And in fact, the Minister assured me there will be over 3.7 million visitors. And they look forward to increasing that to 5. It's not a simple story of recovery. It's a story of transformation. Tourism is being transformed. Tourism linkage network, the expansion of worker certification, where the push toward tourism 3.0 matters so much. They reflect a deliberate effort to move tourism beyond arrivals and occupancy toward a model that is more inclusive, more resilient, and more firmly rooted in Jamaican ownership and Jamaican opportunity. The final comment came today, and I had to have quiet discussion with the Minister to get a feel of what was going to be said, but we have to look at culture, gender, entertainment, and sport. Portfolio that reminds us that national development extends beyond infrastructure. Economic growth. It's about preserving our identity, strengthening it, expanding opportunity, and investing in our people. And in fact, Jamaica's culture remains one of our greatest national assets. From reggae to our creative industries, our music, entertainment, and sporting excellence continue to strengthen brand Jamaica and carry brand Jamaica across the globe. Expand our influence around the world and make brand Jamaica one of the most recognized brands globally. One we need to develop and provide a foundation on which we can build true prosperity. The government remains committed to investing in these sectors so that our cultural capital creates greater economic opportunities for others, artists, entrepreneurs, and young people. The Ministry has continued to advance gender equity and strengthen support for victims of domestic violence through prevention, protection, public education, and collaboration with relevant ministries. While challenges remain, the government remains committed to expanding programs that promote safer homes, stronger families, and more inclusive communities. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, culture, sport, and the creative industries do more than showcase Jamaica to the world. They inspire national pride, they create jobs and economic opportunities, they strengthen communities, enrich our national identity. Above all, they remind us that Jamaica's greatest resource are always been the talent, resilience, and creativity of our people, Jamaicans. The debate has confirmed one fundamental truth, Madam Speaker. Jamaica is moving in the right direction. This is so because the government has a clear plan. We have a steady hand, strong leadership. We have the determination to see that plan through. That's why the people reaffirmed their commitment to us in September 3. Across these presentations, one story has emerged with unmistakable clarity. The government is not simply managing the present, it is building Jamaica's future. We are making the country safer, strengthening institutions that protect the peace. We're building after Hurricane Melissa and investing in resilience so that future shocks do not derail development. We are modernizing healthcare, expanding access to justice, regularizing land ownership, upgrading roads and infrastructure, strengthening food security, supporting tourism and agriculture, and preparing Jamaicans to thrive in a more digital and competitive economy. What we have heard in this debate is not a collection of disconnected initiatives. The government working across sectors to expand opportunity, protect the vulnerable, raise productivity, and improve the quality of life of all Jamaicans. And all of this, Madam Speaker, is being done within a framework of sound fiscal management that has restored confidence in Jamaica's economy, created a space to invest in our people. That is the largest story of this debate. Disciplined governance producing visible results in communities, institutions, and households across the country. No, none of this is to suggest that the work is finished. It is not. There's much to do. And the opposition has raised issues that deserve consideration and a look. But let no one leave this debate unclear about the central fact before the country. The government came to this House with progress to report, reforms to defend, and a serious vision for Jamaica's future. You look very good over there now. We keep it there. Fit the space then. The story of Jamaica today is not merely one of projects, policies, or statistics. It's the story of a country building confidence in itself. A country becoming safer, more resilient, more productive, and better prepared for the future. A country choosing discipline over drift, reform over stagnation, long-term nation building over short-term applause. This is the work before us. That is the work of this government has embraced. And when we return to this honourable House next year, we intend to return with more progress to report, stronger institutions, safer communities, and greater opportunities for Jamaican people. So, Madam Speaker, I want to again thank every member for their contribution to the debate and to the development of this particular process. I want to thank the staff of Parliament and all those who work behind the scenes to make these proceedings successful and possible. And above all, I thank the people of Jamaica. Their resilience inspires us. Their aspirations guide us. Their trust humbles us. And their future remains the purpose of everything we do. Madam Speaker, under this administration, Jamaica's best days are not behind us. Under the leadership of this Prime Minister, our best days are not behind us. They are being built now. With God's help, we will continue to deliver in this term and the next term and the future for a stronger, safer Jamaica. May God bless our country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Deputy Prime Minister for pulling together the various strands of the sectoral debate and showing that the government is continuing to move in the right direction. I now ask that the motion moved on the 21st of April 2026 with respect to the plans and programs being pursued by the government in respect of ministries which were not included in the debate on the appropriations bill be approved.
I put the question. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of the matters on the agenda.
The question is that we recommit all the items on the agenda. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Statement by ministers. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House are the following. Planning Institute of Jamaica's Economic and Social Survey Jamaica 2025, Jamaica's 2026 Voluntary National Review Report on the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals dated June 2026. Jamaica's 2026 Voluntary National Review Report 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals Statistical Annex dated June 2026. Voluntary National Review Report on the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals Special Report enabling private sector engagement in national development in Jamaica dated June 2026. And finally, the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Insurance Amendment of 20th Schedule, Number 2, Regulations 2026.
Thanks. Bills brought from the Senate. Bills brought by the Senate. Bills brought by the Senate. Bills brought by the Senate. No, I can always recommit. House Leader, both of the House Leaders have a discussion. Bills brought by the Senate are moving on the agenda. Clerk.
Madam,
The following
Madam
is
Speaker,
a message from
Madam
President
Speaker,
of
as my microphone
Senate
is on, there is a matter on.
I don't have anything on announcement. Clerk, bills brought by the Senate. Bills brought from the Senate.
To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise
Members, the announcements on the agenda is for announcements to be made on the House. If the member has an intervention to make, the appropriate place is when we reach the public business. There is anytime a member gets up to speak outside of public business, it is at the speaker's discretion. Now, if you agree it is at the speaker's discretion, and the speaker says no, which she has said, she has no. There is absolutely no. The speaker does not have to turn on the mic. The speaker has exercised her discretion by saying, members, let's go, members. Okay, let me say it again. When a member rises outside of public business, the authority to speak is at the discretion of the speaker. The member has risen, the speaker has indicated that the member has risen, the leader of opposition business has risen, the speaker has indicated that she will not hear him at this time. That is the ruling of the speaker, and we continue. That is how the House is organized.
I am week by week going to hold us tighter and tighter to following the rules of the House that we have established. Leader of opposition business, I had actually asked you to come forward. I actually asked you to have a conversation with the leader of government business. I asked you to have a discussion with the leader of government business. That's my final ruling. And I have moved on the agenda to bills brought from the Senate. The leader of opposition business, you may have a discussion with the House leader and revert. My ruling is final. Deputy House Leader, Leader of Opposition Business, please take your seat, sir. Please take your seat, sir, Leader of Opposition Business. Leader of Opposition Business. Leader of Opposition Business. And no, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Leader of Opposition Business. Announcements on the agenda is where we are. And I am, for the final time, going to ask the Leader of Opposition Business to resume his seat. So for the benefit of the House and the public, I will cite Standing Order 13.3 as it relates to the presentation of papers, which is what is on the announcement. 13.3 says, all papers shall be ordered to lie upon the table without question put, and any motion for the printing thereof shall be determined without amendment or debate. There is no discussion to be had. Now, I ask the leader of opposition business to sit several times. I'm happy you have finally taken your seat. Okay, I asked you to take your seat, leader of opposition business, and I have read the standing orders. You are not allowed to have any discussion at this time under announcement or comment or debate or anything at all said. I will repeat. Leader of opposition business, the leader of the House has also indicated to you that if you have any commentaries, it would be done under public business. No, leader of opposition business, I'm asking for the final time that you take your seat. Clerk, bills brought by the Senate.
To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 26th day of June 2026, an act
Member
to
Russell,
amend the Civil Aviation
I am
Act.
actually, could you please pause, Clerk? So let me just read for all the members. Let me now read for you again, Standing Order 43. And as a matter of fact, you can take your books. So, Standing Order 43.4, if any of the members continue to disturb the proceedings of the House, I will be naming you. Clerk, continue. And that means banging the decks.
To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 26th day of June 2026, an act to amend the Civil Aviation Act was passed in the Honorable Senate without amendment. Honorable Thomas Tavares Finson, OJ, CD, KC, JP, President of the Senate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Petitions, papers, reports from committees. Frank Witter, Minister of State. Reports from committees.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the insurance amendment of 20th Schedule, number 2, Regulation 2026.
Notices of motions given orally.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move for the following motions. Be it resolved that the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives and its deliberations on the Insurance Amendment 20th Schedule, number 2, Regulation 2026, which was laid on the table of the House of Representatives on the 30th day of June 2026 be adopted. Madam Speaker, I also further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Minister Shaw, could you turn your mic off?
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Jury Amendment Number 2 Act 2026. I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take first reading of the bill.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice at the next meeting of the House.
Could you turn your mic off, please?
I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that a comprehensive review of the standing orders of the House of Representatives be undertaken. And be it resolved that the Standing Orders Committee of the House of Representatives conduct such review and report its findings to this Honourable House. And be it further resolved that in conducting the review, the Standing Orders Committee adopt the work of the Standing Orders Committee of the previous House of Representatives in respect of a similar resolution and takes its findings into account in formulating its recommendations to this Honourable House. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this notice.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas chattel slavery constituted one of the greatest crimes against humanity, involving the systematic capture, trafficking, enslavement, exploitation, dehumanization, and dispossession of millions of African men, women, and children, and whereas the wealth generated through slavery contributed significantly to the economic development and industrialization of Britain and other European powers, while simultaneously underdeveloping Africa and Caribbean societies and establishing patterns of inequality, exclusion, and dependency that continue to affect formerly enslaved people and nations. And whereas the abolition of slavery did not result in justice for the formerly enslaved, and instead compensation was paid to slave owners, while those who had endured enslavement received neither restitution nor meaningful support for their social and economic advancement. And whereas the legacies of slavery remain evident in contemporary disparities relating to land ownership, wealth accumulation, educational opportunity, infrastructure, access to services, cultural development, and economic participation throughout the Caribbean region and within Jamaica. And whereas the Caribbean community, CARICOM, through its Reparations Commission, has developed a 10-point reparations plan which provides a comprehensive framework for addressing the enduring consequences of slavery, genocide, colonialism, and racial injustice. And whereas in 2026, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution on the permanent remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, and the pursuit of reparatory justice, receiving the support of 123 member states, thereby demonstrating growing international recognition of the legitimacy of reparatory justice claims. And whereas the pursuit of reparatory justice is consistent with the principles of human rights, international law, restorative justice, sustainable and reparatory development, and the dignity of all people. Be it resolved that this Honourable House affirms the institution of chattel slavery and its associated systems of colonial exploitation inflicted profound and lasting harm on the people of Jamaica, and that these harms continue to manifest across generations. Formally endorse the CARICOM 10-point reparations plan as the principal regional framework guiding Jamaica's pursuit of reparatory justice. 3, calls on the government of the United Kingdom to enter into meaningful and good faith negotiations with Caribbean member states, including Jamaica, towards the achievement of full and comprehensive reparations for the crimes and enduring consequences of slavery and colonial exploitation. 4, affirm that reparatory development shall serve as a principal mechanism through which reparatory justice may be pursued and achieved, recognizing that sustainable redress requires transformative investments that address historical and contemporary inequities. 5, calls on the government of Jamaica to develop and implement a national reparatory development strategy aligned with the CARICOM 10-point reparations plan and focused on addressing structural inequalities linked to slavery and colonialism. 6, calls on the government of Jamaica to consistently place the issue of reparatory justice on the agenda of the CARICOM, the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, Commonwealth institutions, and all appropriate international fora. 7, calls on the government of Jamaica to establish a structured program of engagement with institutions that benefited directly or indirectly from slavery and colonial exploitation, to seek their acknowledgement, partnership, and participation in initiatives that advance reparatory justice and development. Institutions will include, but not limited to, churches and religious institutions, universities and educational institutions, financial institutions, commercial enterprises and corporate entities, philanthropic foundations, cultural institutions, and any other entities which credible evidence demonstrate historically benefit from slavery and colonial system. Be it further resolved that the government of Jamaica will support the strengthening of Jamaica's institutional arrangements for reparations advocacy, research, public education, and international engagement. This should include the establishment of an appropriately staffed and resourced unit in the responsible ministry to coordinate, monitor, and support implementation of agreed actions and agreements in furtherance of reparatory justice and development. Be it further resolved that this Honourable House establish a joint select committee to receive submissions from members of the public, civil society group, faith-based organizations, academic institutions, private sector entities, and other stakeholders. 2, receive and examine historical, legal, economic, social, and developmental evidence relating to slavery, colonialism, and their enduring impacts. Consider the implications of the CARICOM 10-point reparation plan and relevant international developments concerning reparatory justice. 4, assess the role of governments, churches, universities, financial institutions, commercial enterprises, and other institutions that benefited directly or indirectly from slavery and colonialism. And 5, report its findings and recommendations to this Honourable House within 9 months of its establishment. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be transmitted to the Government of the United Kingdom, the CARICOM Secretariat, the CARICOM Reparations Commission, the Commonwealth Secretariat, the Secretary General of the United Nations, the Secretary General of the African Union, and other relevant international and regional institutions. And be it further resolved that the responsible minister will table in Parliament at intervals not exceeding 12 months a report detailing progress in international reparations advocacy, discussions undertaken with the Government of the United Kingdom, other governments and institutions regarding reparations, developments within CARICOM reparations initiatives, progress towards implementation of national reparatory development programs, and recommendations for further action.
Look at 5, 6. Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Jury Amendment Number 2 Act 2026.
I put the question. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Jury Amendment Number 2 Act 2026 be read a first time.
The Jury Amendment Number 2 Act 2026 read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill.
Public business. Could you not turn on your mic until, please? Minister of State.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? Oh. But I didn't. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion moved by the member from Southwest St. Elizabeth. Southeast.
No.
Oh.
The minister would speak on the motion first, member from St. Andrew Southeast, and then you would continue from there.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the motion to be adopted.
So if you have nothing further to add in respect of the debate, then you're moving to allowing the member from St. Andrews Southeast.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The motion being moved by the member from Southeast St. Elizabeth, which comes from the Regulations Committee, has far-reaching implications for the insurance sector in our country. Coming out of the meeting held a couple of weeks ago, the government made a decision to withdraw $500 million from the Financial Services Commission. That has imperiled the financial position of the FSC. Further, the FSC has made a decision to increase the fees that are charged to insurance companies. So I want to give one example. An insurance company that was paying a flat rate, these are real numbers, of $500,000 before, will now pay, the same insurance company, will now pay over $100 million based on the change in the fee structure by the FSC. Now you might say, why does it matter? It matters because these costs are going to be passed on to holders of insurance policies. So if you have life insurance, if you have home insurance, if you have car insurance, you are going to be faced with significant increases as a result of the decision made to withdraw the $500 million from the FSC, and then for the FSC to change the way it charges these companies. Because the FSC has to maintain its financial viability. And because the government took the $500 million, it now has to increase its fees. Jamaica already has a problem with severe underinsurance. If you look at the numbers coming out of Hurricane Melissa, I believe it's only of the affected households, about 5% of them had insurance. We want to encourage people to insure their homes and properties. This decision is going to push insurance premiums way out of the reach of most Jamaicans. It's a bad decision. It is a poor decision. It was not made with sufficient consultation with members of the industry. And all the players are going to do is simply to pass the cost on to people who are already burdened with increased gas price, increased food price, who have not recovered from Melissa. I am urging the government to rethink this, to consult with the players in the industry. The Insurance Agency of Jamaica has come out and asked for consultations. Withdraw it. You want more people to take out insurance, not less. And the government cannot continue to raid public institutions. We have 13.4 billion annually from the NHT. Heart Trust, 2 billion over the last 2 years. FSC, 500 million this year. You are raiding these agencies, imperiling their financial position, making it difficult for them to deliver on the mandate that they have. This one is one of the worst decisions. Rethink the decision, consult with the industry, find a way to ensure if you need to make increases, phase them in. But you can't have an insurance company, one of the largest, moving from paying an annual flat rate of 500,000 to paying over 100 million, and then you expect them to absorb that. They're not going to absorb it. They're going to pass the cost on. And then what going to happen? People who are supposed to insure them car are not going to insure them car. People insure their houses, cannot fully insure their houses. We live in a hurricane. We live in a situation where you are going to have natural disasters, and people are not going to have sufficient coverage based on this decision. It is a bad decision, and I'm calling on the government to withdraw it and to have consultation.
What's the challenge on the motion, members? I'm not sure what we want to do here. Opposition leader, do you want to make a contribution here? Opposition leader? So we go back to Minister of State.
Thank
the
you very
member
much.
from St. Elizabeth South East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the response from the spokesperson on finance. We, at the committee, we raised the issue in relation to whether or not the insurance companies were consulted, and we were advised, yes, that they were consulted. And a decision was taken by members of the committee from both sides that this is a straightforward issue. And therefore, we ask that the report be adopted.
We ask that the motion be put. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier. Angelo, sorry. I move for the suspension of standing.
Turn on the mic again, please. 2 minute mics on.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
A motion was put to the House to approve this report. There was a debate on the report. There was a debate on the report.
You have a point of order?
All right, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition. Just sit down, sit down. Madam Speaker, guide me. The leader of the opposition indicated that he had no interest in speaking on the matter. How can the leader of the opposition be rising now to want to speak on the same matter that he indicated that he had no intention on speaking on, Madam Speaker? You can't have a double standard here, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm not seeking to speak on the motion. As I indicated to you, the issues I wanted to address were covered by the member from South East St. Andrew. However, the motion was put, and there were calls for a divide on it. We don't want to approve the report. And they were. And the leader of government is proceeding.
Please allow the opposition leader to speak.
The leader of government business is proceeding as if the divide wasn't called for. It was. It was. It was. We said divide. Calls for a divide were made. So this is an improper approach. The motion cannot proceed if a divide has been called for without the process of a divide being followed. And we're asking for it to be followed.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the motion was put, the motion was voted on, no divide was called. None. And we can consult the answer. No divide was called.
House leader, leader of opposition, I called as I heard it. So I put the motion that the report be accepted. I just put the question. I heard ayes. I didn't hear nays. I did not, and I said the ayes had it, and I moved on. So I did not hear it.
And Madam Speaker, we in this House are clear that if you are calling a divide, you have to get the attention of the Speaker. It has happened. Members, 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 members. We are speaking about a report that has been signed by your membership that has indicated that there are no objections. No divide was called for. The Speaker did not hear a divide. The matter was put. There was no divide. Madam Speaker, once the matter has been put and is voted upon, that's the end of the matter.
Why you never do a minority?
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notes of which I gave earlier. Can divide on that?
On a point of order, it is improper to proceed in this manner. We on this side have called for a divide. The government, leader of government business says he didn't hear
opposition,
it. We would
hold
like
on.
Hansard to
Leader
indicate
of
whether they have it in their record.
Mr. Cowan, check Hansard, please. And in the interim, I have to operate based on what I have heard. When the leader of opposition had the opportunity to speak, at that point in time, even if he had no contribution to make, if it is that I'm not supporting the report, he could have said it. It would have helped me to. No, he spoke. He spoke. And the appropriate thing to do as well, members, when a report is coming from committee, the House rule allows for you to do a minority report, which is an exception, saying I do not agree, I would like to do a separate report, and it comes to the House. No, so nothing is wrong with that, opposition leader, but what would be done is say it. I did not hear that. And so, no, members, I want you to, you don't listen, you know, you don't listen, you do not listen. You guys, you do not listen. If I do not hear something, members, and I've moved on the agenda, it cannot be that you consistently try to pull one back to what we passed. What's your point of order?
Madam Speaker. Rule 45, Madam Speaker, it says...
Standing Order 45?
Standing Order 45 says, at the conclusion of a debate, the question shall be put by the Speaker or Chairman, and the votes may be taken by the voices A and no, and the result shall be declared by the Speaker or Chairman, stating, I think the A's have it, or I think the nays have it, as the case may be. But any member may challenge the opinion of the Chair by claiming a division. What this says, Madam Speaker, is even after we can get up and we can challenge your opinion by claiming a division. That's Rule 45 of the Standing Orders of the House of Parliament.
I like how you choose to interpret your standing orders as you choose. What I heard was the very standing order you're reading. I did not hear nays, nor did I hear divide. And members, I don't hear the mic as well as you do or the public, you know. So the mic being off is actually not an issue. I can hear you, even if the mic is not on. So I am not listening to hear through the mic.
Madam Speaker, in public business today, we were to have the start of the debate on the You've sent for the answer. You've sent for the answer. No, she said that. Remember.
No, you heard. You heard me request answered. You heard me. Right, so House Leader, continue, because the Speaker's duty is to ensure that the House proceeds not just orderly, but efficiently. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we will now take the start of the debate on the Mediation Act.
I think it's an appropriate bill to take at this time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to introduce for the consideration of this House the Mediation Bill. This legislation seeks to establish a regulatory framework governing the conduct of mediation in Jamaica, including community mediation, the registration of mediators, and the licensing and regulation of mediation service providers. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's mediation landscape is currently shaped by a patchwork of laws that address specific disputes but fail to provide a unified, modern framework. This fragmentation forces practitioners and parties to navigate inconsistent rules and uncertain standards. By enacting a comprehensive mediation act, Madam Speaker, Jamaica can transform its dispute resolution system, creating clarity, consistency, and confidence in mediation as a reliable national mechanism. Madam Speaker, when we talk about resolving conflicts, it is easy to default to pictures of corporate boardrooms and multi-million-dollar contracts. But conflict is not just a line item on a balance sheet. It is deeply personal, emotional, and fundamentally human. Madam Speaker, if we look at our legal systems today, it is overwhelmed, not just by commercial giants, but by families, neighbors, and everyday citizens caught in a cycle of dispute. Traditional litigation operates like a scalpel. It cuts a case down to strict legal rights, ignoring the human relationships underneath. Madam Speaker, this is where the true power of mediation shines. Its utility extends far beyond corporate interests. It is a vital tool for repairing the fabric of our everyday lives. Madam Speaker, I want and intend for mediation to have a fundamental impact on and transform our people, engage and settle their differences. I invite you, Madam Speaker, to consider the profound impact of mediation across three critical areas: family and domestic relations. In custody disputes or divorces, a courtroom forces parents into a winner-take-all battle. It turns a family breakdown into a custody and maintenance war, with children caught in the crossfire. Mediation, Madam Speaker, provides a safe, private space where parents, not a stranger in a robe, decide their own future. It shifts the conversation from who was wrong in the past to how do we co-parent in the future. Secondly, Madam Speaker, community and neighborhood disputes. Property boundaries, noise complaints, or landlord-tenant friction often escalate into bitter feuds. A judge can issue a fine or a restraining order, but they cannot force neighbors to live in peace. Community mediation brings people together to speak face-to-face, fostering empathy and creating grassroots solutions that a police report never could. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, workplace harm and employment. When an employee clashes with management or experiences workplace harassment, filing a formal lawsuit often results in isolation, termination, and trauma. Mediation allows the parties to address systemic toxic behavior, negotiate fair exits, or restructure workplace dynamics quickly, avoiding the public destruction of reputations. In all of these arenas, Madam Speaker, the court asks, who is legally right? Mediation asks, what do you actually need to move forward? A court order can mandate an action, but it cannot mandate peace. It cannot heal a fractured family, or restore a safe workplace, or bring peace to a neighborhood block. Madam Speaker, I put it to you that the statistics show that mediation can. By prioritizing mediation, Madam Speaker, we aren't just making our legal system more efficient, we are making our society more compassionate. We are choosing a path that values reconciliation over retribution and understanding over a verdict. Madam Speaker, we sought in settling on the format of the Mediation Act to ensure that it was holistic and forward-thinking, a piece of legislation that looked beyond basic procedural rules to a modern framework that would actively cultivate a culture of dispute resolution, anticipate technological shifts, and seamlessly blend international standards with local needs. The bill before the House today, Madam Speaker, does just that. Madam Speaker, mediation in Jamaica should not be viewed solely through the lens of settling commercial cross-border disputes, but used in a wider lens. It is a means at the local level of addressing community-based conflicts in order to prevent or reduce the likelihood of disruptive, violent, and often fatal outcomes. We recognize, Madam Speaker, the crucial role mediation can play in the global market for commercial mediation. We are very interested in positioning ourselves as a hub for the efficient facilitation of settlements where, for example, the affected parties operate from disparate legal systems or face other barriers to the maintenance of seamless business continuity. Madam Speaker, today I want to showcase not just the opportunity that mediation affords the country, but how it will shape our economic and legal future. This is a need, Madam Speaker, for national legislation to fully operationalize the United Nations, often referred to as the Singapore Convention on Mediation. To understand why this matters, we must look at how global business works. When cross-border commercial disputes arise, companies traditionally face a brutal choice. They enter the bruising arena of litigation in foreign courts, or they can engage in international arbitration. Both paths, Madam Speaker, are notoriously expensive, time-consuming, and worst of all, they routinely destroy the very business relationships that took years to build. There's a better way, Madam Speaker. International commercial mediation offers a faster, cheaper, and collaborative alternative. It allows parties to sit across the table, preserve their partnerships, and find mutually beneficial solutions. Until recently, Madam Speaker, mediation had a massive Achilles heel. Court judgments and arbitration awards are globally enforceable under treaties like the New York Convention, which means that you can seize assets across borders if the debtor refuses to pay. Mediation settlements, however, are just contracts. If breached, you must start over and sue in a foreign court. Madam Speaker, the Singapore Convention puts mediated settlements on par with court judgments and arbitral awards, making them directly enforceable across borders. But ratification of the Singapore Convention, Madam Speaker, is not enough, as the treaty is not self-executing. It requires domestic legislation to make it work in practice, which is why passing national enabling laws is essential. Madam Speaker, this Mediation Act will, among other things, 1, provide legal certainty, as international businesses will not rely on mediation if they are confused about how it works under our local laws. National legislation creates a clear, predictable pathway for companies to bring a foreign mediated settlement directly to our courts for enforcement. 2, establishes the rules of the game, as the Singapore Convention leaves procedural details to domestic courts. Our judges need explicit statutory guidance on the exact grounds for refusing enforcement, how to handle digital or electronic settlement agreements, and how to verify a mediator's credentials. Without local legislation, Madam Speaker, our courts face procedural chaos. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, mediation will boost foreign direct investment, FDI, as global investors look for jurisdictions that respect the rule of law and offer efficient dispute resolution. Fourth, Madam Speaker, by incorporating the Singapore Convention into our national fabric, we send a loud, clear signal to the world that Jamaica is safe, modern, and ready for investment and international business. Madam Speaker, we have seen how the New York Convention revolutionized international arbitration over the last 60 years. The Singapore Convention is poised to do the exact same for mediation in this century. We cannot, Madam Speaker, afford to sit on the sidelines, content with just having our name on the treaty. We must build a legal infrastructure at home to support it. Let us act swiftly to debate and pass this necessary national legislation to give the Jamaican public and businesses the tools they need to resolve conflicts constructively, save millions in legal fees, and position our nation as a forward-thinking hub for global commerce. Madam Speaker, while commercial mediation saves dollars, non-commercial mediation saves relationships, communities, and lives. It steps into places where rigid court judgment is too blunt an instrument to heal the underlying hurt. Madam Speaker, there are many countries, and I won't go through all of them, Japan, India, Ghana, that have had many similar legislation. And they have turned out to benefit businesses and investment in their country. This legislation, Madam Speaker, will assist us in developing international settlements and investments. So, Madam Speaker, the bill seeks to establish the timeline for operationalization of the Mediation Act 2026, articulate the main objects of the bill, which includes but is not limited to the regulation of the conduct of mediation, provide for the registration of mediators, and licensing of mediation service providers to provide for the continuing professional development of mediators and establish and maintain the registers. It also outlined the process governing the establishment of the mediation board and functions of the board. So it has several functions, Madam Speaker, which are all there in the objects of the legislation. So, Madam Speaker, I now go to the clause by clause. And with the permission of the House, I will just indicate that there are 44 clauses, 47 clauses, which are self-evident. And if the House is so minded, I ask that when we go to committee stage, if there are any concerns with any of the clauses, we can discuss them, including the schedules, Madam Speaker. So all these clauses basically outline the functions of the Mediation Act. And with that, Madam Speaker, the clauses I will not go through because there are several clauses which are self-evident, and therefore, Madam Speaker, I ask the House to basically look at these clauses, and we can go through when we decide to, when we are at committee stage. So, Madam Speaker, I will just close off by saying that we have the first schedule, the second, the third schedule, the fourth schedule, the fifth schedule, and these, Madam Speaker, set up the disciplinary committee, the appeal tribunal, how the board is set up, how the committee, how mediation should be conducted, and its relationship with arbitration. And in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I will say, a National Mediation Act is not simply a legislative reform. It is a strategic investment in Jamaica's future. By establishing a clear, unified framework for mediation, Jamaica can strengthen access to justice, enhance investor confidence, and position itself as a modern hub for efficient dispute resolution. In a world where speed, certainty, and credibility matter, this act will transform mediation from a fragmented option into a cornerstone of national resilience, economic growth, and legal excellence. Mediation will be a major tool, a national strategy, and the cornerstone to settle conflicts, prevent crime and violence, and make Jamaica a peaceful and harmonious society. Madam Speaker, the enactment of this legislation represents a defining moment for Jamaica. It will move mediation from fragmentation to coherence, from uncertainty to clarity, and from limited use to national impact. It will support the island's justice system, making it more accessible, more efficient, and better aligned with the demands of a modern society. Madam Speaker, the full text, especially dealing with the specific clauses, will be circulated to members so they can see what each clause summarized has. But, Madam Speaker, this is the opening of the mediation debate. I hope that many members will participate next week, and we hope to close by going through clause by clause. This, Madam Speaker, is a modern bill that I hope to get mediators across every nook and cranny of Jamaica. We are going to ensure that business places have mediators, government departments have mediators, and as I've indicated, we are going to train 20 mediators at the Administrator General Department so that they can deal with dead left. And we ask that other business places, other institutions buy into mediation, because as a country, we don't settle disputes well. And that is where mediation can help to settle dispute, settle conflicts, and make Jamaica a more peaceful place. So I look forward to the contribution next week and hope we can close this debate and pass this act so that mediation can stretch right across Jamaica, which the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs will be promoting consistently right across Jamaica. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I ask that we suspend debate on the bill to continue next week?
If there are no other members ready to participate at this time, the Minister is asking that we suspend to continue later. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, this motion was to refer for a comprehensive review of the standing orders to be undertaken by the Standing Orders Committee of the House. As you are aware, Madam Speaker, the Standing Orders Committee has already been constituted, and all of us in this House have long clamored for a comprehensive review to be done. Some work had started prior to this committee, Madam Speaker, so the motion also includes that work be taken into account with this new Standing Orders Committee, and as such, we ask the members to approve the motion so that we can undertake that comprehensive review.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Of course, I have to support and endorse the motion moved by the leader of government business, and how appropriate it is that we are doing this, because it is absolutely vital that we resolve so many of the issues affecting the standing orders, and more importantly, to proceed with a greater degree of certainty in enabling all of us who are here as representatives to feel that we are indeed able representatives who are recognized for the role that we are elected to play. Earlier, Madam Speaker, I had tried to ask a question, and I think these are some of the issues that will have to be resolved going forward, because for the 29 years I'm here, there has never been an issue about any item on the order that could not elicit a question and a response. And the response is normally not from the speaker, but from the leader of government business, as the case might be. And Madam Speaker, I believe as we address these standing orders, we need to be absolutely clear about when a member can address the Parliament, at what time can a member seek an explanation or a clarification, and there is nothing wrong as we go forward in any item, any of the items, for a member to rise and to ask for an explanation. And the simple explanation I was asking for today when I got up on the announcement was what has become of the report from the annual report of the Integrity Commission, which is, we would have anticipated them having advised us yesterday that it was sent to the Parliament. It was reasonable for us to expect that we'd have seen it listed under the announced items. And that was a simple question I was seeking to have addressed. And I see no reason why it could not have been allowed. I could not have been allowed. And there are certain courtesies that we extend in the House. Courtesies for the Prime Minister, the leader of the opposition, leader of government business, and the leader of opposition business. And I can't imagine that I could not, at this stage earlier today, be allowed just to say why I got up. And it's not that we're not weaponizing anything. I think it's reasonable for us. It is reasonable for us to anticipate that the report would have been tabled. So I look forward to the work of the Standing Orders Committee. I look forward to debating the draft that was presented to us at the last meeting. We still need to get permission to have it circulated so that all the members can be fully apprised as to the proposals that are coming forward. And I intend, as other members of the committee, to be active participants as we try to enable our standing orders that we can all live with and that will enhance our democracy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So some of the erroneous comments made by you a while ago, leader of opposition business, I'm going to ask House Leader to respond because he was also in Standing Orders Committee, particularly because I chair that committee, number one. Number two, the leader or the deputy would also like to make a comment.
Madam Speaker, I was listening to the leader of opposition business. And I too am looking forward to changes to the standing orders. Because what manifested today, led by the leader of opposition business, was a demonstration of why the standing orders need to be strengthened to ensure that your role as Speaker of the House is not compromised. The leader of opposition business stood in a period that did not allow him to stand and ask questions in the period. The Speaker asked the leader of opposition business to come towards her chair so she could ask what it is that you wish to speak about. He refused. His colleagues then proceeded to disrupt the functioning of the House with a chorus of desk beating. And I think the public should know what happened. So while the leader of opposition business can stand and proclaim himself righteous in his actions, the realities of what he did today do not manifest righteousness. Madam Speaker, more than you, Madam Speaker, You ruled many months ago as to how reports are going to be handled in the House. The leader of opposition business know about the ruling because this ruling was repeated on several occasions. But yet he stood here and put on record questions about the non-tabling of the report that he knows will not be tabled today. So this trend, there's this trend, Madam Speaker, where they get up and they pretend like they don't know. They misread the standing orders for the public record. They lower the House in the eyes of the public, which is why I'm standing here, Madam Speaker, supporting the reform of the standing orders. Because the simple rule that the Speaker must be heard in silence has never been accepted and agreed to by the opposition. When the Speaker is speaking, the opposition is trying to cow down the Speaker. And then, member from St. Mary, they come and stand up and claim that they are being abused and disrespected and not being heard, when they are the abusers. And the last thing I want to say on this matter, Madam Speaker, you have been, there is clearly a concerted and planned attempt to, one, compromise the government agenda in the House through disruption. I think there is a concerted and planned attempt to make you look like the villain at every sitting.
Yes, that is true.
Where when you issue a ruling, within 5 minutes of your ruling, there's a video out on social media criticizing your ruling, telling lies. I want, Madam Speaker, this standing order review to contemplate. He doesn't understand how the standing orders work or how debates work, you know. He believes that he can talk and nobody responds. Madam Speaker, I want the standing order review to contemplate the actions that the opposition has been doing over the past several months that is disrespecting you and your office. Because, Madam Speaker, the undermining of the Parliament by them is not an undermining of us as individuals, it's an undermining of our democracy. And I am going to suggest to you, Madam Speaker, when you're up there and they're over there saying things off the mic, find a way to turn on the mic so the public can hear everything that they're saying, sotto voce, so the public can know that you're not the person who is cantankerous and bothersome. Because some of the comments that they are making off mic, if their family and friends should hear the type of language and comments they are using in the House, they would be ashamed. So, Madam Speaker, I welcome the modifications to the standing orders. And I hope that it will ensure that going forward we have a more orderly House, a House that is more respectful, and a House that facilitates dialogue and the proper functioning of the Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Opposition Leader, turn on your mic, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. This debate has been used to rehash in a very partisan way some of what happened earlier. What I would say is this. Over the many years, I've been in Parliament for about 20 years.
Opposition Leader and Leader of Government Business, I just have a moment because
what we're doing here, we're debating the motion and the standing orders.
Continue, Opposition Leader.
Yes. So what I was saying, Madam Speaker, is that this debate has been used to cast and recast the narrative of what took place earlier in a particularly jaundiced and very unfair way. The custom, I've been in the Parliament for 20 years, come September. 10 years in the Senate, 10 years in the House. When the leader of government business or the leader of the opposition business seek to speak on an issue, they are allowed to speak. At least they're allowed to be heard. At least they're allowed to be heard as to what the issue is they want to raise. They don't have to come and ask you behind the speaker's chair what it is to clear it in advance. Anything procedurally that they wish to raise, they're allowed to raise on any item on the agenda. So the failure to allow the leader of opposition business to speak on the point he wanted to raise, which was to question why the Integrity Commission's annual report hasn't been tabled today, that was most improper in our view. And that is what elicited the behavior that you saw in protest to the way in which he was being muzzled by not being allowed to ask his question.
But you're justifying the bad behavior, aren't you?
And we would like those conventions to be restored, because the House will run much better if due respect is paid to the leader of the opposition business and leader of government business as they play their respective roles. And what you did, and to the Speaker, what you did was you allowed the leader of government business to speak extensively on the matter as he saw it, and you didn't even allow the leader of opposition business to respond to what the leader of government business had to say. That is not in keeping with the traditions of this House. That was most improper as well. And as for the member from North Central, I think it is Clarendon, indicating that we're aware of some rule. All I'm aware of is that the Integrity Commission Act says that annual reports are to be tabled in Parliament. And as soon as they should, as soon as they can.
It says as soon as possible. And you're incorrect, leader
and if it came
of the opposition.
Why can't it be
you're
tabled?
Incorrect.
The Integrity Commission published its cover letter as it is practice.
You're incorrect.
So that the public knows.
Turn it off, Angelo.
Yeah, it's true. So
I didn't press it, leader of opposition.
Oh,
I
I'm
was
glad to hear
actually
that, Madam
speaking
Speaker.
to someone
I'm very happy
else.
to hear that. I don't know who did, because I certainly didn't. Madam Speaker, the Integrity Commission Act requires their reports to be tabled. And you yourself issued a ruling, as you call it, some time ago, a couple of years ago, I think towards the end of 2023, if my memory serves me correctly, that they would be tabled as quickly as reasonably possible. The annual report came here. The cover letter was published, as is their practice, so that everybody knows that something has come. And we were expecting to see it tabled today, and it wasn't. And the leader of opposition business wanted to ask why, in announcements, it wasn't tabled in light of that fact. He was not allowed even to ask the question. And we object most strongly to the way in which the proceedings of this House are being conducted, because they're being conducted in what appears to be a very partisan way, a manipulative way when it comes to sensitive political issues. And the democracy, this is a democracy that thrives on open discussion, transparency, and debate. And here we have a minister, through his loud protestations, attempting to disrupt what I have to say. Yes, and I'd ask that you please desist and let me speak. If you want to speak on the matter, you can do so. Yes, yes, thank you. So the point at the end of the day is this. In our view, these reports must be tabled as soon as possible after they come here. There's a strong public interest in that, because there's a strong public interest in the work of the Integrity Commission being facilitated to reduce corruption and other wrongs against the good governance of the country being perpetrated. And we on this side are going to always be assiduous about that. And when we attempt to do so and we're shut down, it's not a good look. It appears to be an attempt to use up the parliament in a way which is inimical to the interests of good governance and democracy. So, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, I think we've rehashed this matter. If others want to speak, of course, it's their right. But that's the point. Those are the points that I wish to make this afternoon.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. As you indicate, deference is given very often to the Leader of Opposition, Leader of Government Business, Leader of Opposition Business, and respect is accorded to them, including Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, the ministers. As a matter of fact, respect is afforded to every member of the House except the Speaker. No. No, that's how you behave. So when the Speaker makes a ruling, when the Speaker asks you to sit, you don't. And the Speaker must be heard in silent, Member Burchell. No, not everybody, the Speaker. Read your standing orders. No, this debate is on the standing orders. No, Leader of Opposition, the comment I, Leader of Opposition, Member Burchell, huh? The member from St. James, the member from St. James South. Yes, please be quiet. Members, what I am attempting to say, if I'm allowed, is that this motion is a debate on the standing orders. The Leader of Opposition was allowed some deference. He went into other matters extensively. I am asking the remaining members to stick to the discussion being on the report being referred, which is to allow all the work done from the previous dispensation by myself and the committee that I chair, the Standing Orders Committee, that I have been asking the House to review and to update for better order and management of the House be the basis of the debate and the discussion. Next member, as it relates to the standing orders, discussion and debate, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Member from St. Andrew South?
Southwest.
Southwest, proceed.
Thank you.
Angela, in a different... Member from St. James South, please turn off your mic. Member from Trelawney, yes, thank you. Anybody else who has your mic on? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I am very pleased to be able to have an input in the discussion on the motion that's before us in terms of the referral of the standing orders review. I do believe that it is timely, as others have said. In fact, I believe that there are a number of conventions that we have been seeing over the years that we almost have taken for granted. And I believe, although the Speaker has discretion, when the Speaker seeks to throw out the conventions without any other conversation or discussion with the Leader of Opposition Business or others, that it can be problematic in terms of how we relate within the Parliament. And so it is important when we go to do the review for us to agree on what conventions are then made into standing orders or which ones we will throw out. So we are all operating on the same page. I believe that a big part of the issue that we have in making sure we stick to the standing orders has to do with a perception of bias, and therefore, and also, quite frankly, a lack of trust. And I believe that the discussion in the Standing Orders Review Committee could provide an opportunity for us to explore the various positions on the issues and have a better understanding of where members stand, so that that lack of trust that obviously exists can be put in the background while we focus on what the new standing orders would say. Every time I hear the speaker speak about the review for the Standing Orders Committee, I hear a reference to the work that has been done by the committee, by yourself and the committee, which is important, yes. I always want to make sure we add to that it is an opportunity for us to really review, which means that if individuals would want to make changes to what is there, that they are free to place it on the table. I do know I've said this before, and I do know you have agreed that that is so. But because every time it is mentioned, that part is left out, I am duty-bound to place it on record to make sure that that is clear. Madam Speaker, in the debate, it is extremely unfortunate that in this current debate, the member could stand and attribute to the comments that have been made on this side that there is willful disrespect. Disrespect can be discerned or felt, but I do not believe that there is anyone in this House that has the ability to come into our heads to determine whether or not it's willful disrespect. And so I am clear that, and which is what I also do, if there is an interchange and an exchange that seems disrespectful, I believe it is fitting for that to be drawn to the attention of whomever to say that this is received as disrespect. And that I have no problem with. I understand that. And I believe that the more we have the courage to do that and to stand on the same respect that we demand, the more it is that we will be able to get rid of anything that might seem like disrespect. Respect does not only go to the chair. It should come from the chair to every member that is sitting. Like the speaker, I have also felt coming from her actions and words that I find disrespectful. I am going to take, Madam Speaker, the same advice that I am giving today, which is that when that is felt, I will respectfully say that that is how it is received. So that if there is clarity to be made, it can be made so that we can move on in a different atmosphere. I believe it is important what we're doing with the standing orders and that we're all on the same page so that Jamaicans looking on us as we are having the discussion can understand what is happening. I believe that the mic system that has been introduced is one of the worst things that could have been introduced, because I believe that because persons are not heard unless the speaker so approves, what it means is that when comments are made, they are often either not properly heard, misinterpreted, and in fact, the Madam Speaker says that she has good hearing, but I don't want to depend on Madam Speaker's hearing. I want to make sure that whether it is PBCJ, whether it is Hansard, I want to make sure that others are able to capture what is being said by all. Because I believe that also helps to take out of the discussion, yes, the animosity that is developing, or I should probably properly say has developed. So I just want to say that. I also want to make sure that as we go through the standing orders, we make a distinction between disagreement that is strongly and forcefully made and disrespect. Because those are two totally different concepts. Yeah? They are two totally different concepts. And at times it seems as if persons want all of us to be singing from the same sankey. On this side, we don't sing sankey. And so it's hard to get us to sing from the same sankey, right? No, we are thinking beings, and we use that gray matter that has been given to us. Madam Speaker, I am hoping that in the review of the standing orders, the matter of seeking protection from the Speaker is something that will be clear. There are times when you hear that you have to ask the Speaker for protection. But there are other times when the Speaker jumps and protects. And often, it is the same behavior from the Speaker towards both sides, meaning it is always to protect on that side and to require us to seek your protection. And so I'm hoping that it is one of the issues that will be addressed in the standing orders review so that we are clear on how that is to operate and that the Speaker will be consistent in applying the standing orders as well.
Could you please turn off your mics, all of you? I will now ask the member from Trelawney South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this
The member
evening.
from St. Andrew West, please turn off your mic. Thank you.
I rise this evening as a former Speaker of this House, and I had discussions with my senior minister, who is also a former Speaker of this House. And I have heard all the comments, and I have seen everything. And I really think we have reached a time in this Parliament where we must be absolutely honest with ourselves. And there are members on that side of the House that I have a lot of regard for. They oppose certain things, and they do it in a manner that is how the parliaments of this country have always operated. And one of the overriding things that I know as a Speaker, please, one of the overriding principles is that the Speaker's ruling must always be respected. Always. No Speaker is perfect. You might not always get it right, but the Speaker's ruling is always to be respected. And in all the years that I've been here, when I sat as the Speaker, I had a lot of disagreements with me. But never has this Parliament on either side ever gone into what I have seen. And I make bold to say that this is a new breed of parliamentarians, because never before have we had this type of behavior. I have been the Speaker. I have been opposed. We have had differences. but nobody has behaved in the way members of this new parliament has behaved to any speaker. And I'm going to say very frankly, it brings back to my mind the comment that was made originally before the speaker was chosen. A member of the People's National Party had put out a notice. They did not want the present speaker or myself to be the speaker. I'm not the speaker, but the speaker is the speaker that has been chosen. She is the speaker. She is the Prime Minister's wife. Hold on. And I congratulate your member who spoke this evening. She spoke about behavior and the way we treat our women. I want to say it is not a good look for us to treat a female who is a speaker. And I'm going to go further. I'm going to make very bold, because many people have said things, and many people have gone wrong, many people have gone right. But you know, the older members of parliament, I look and I see the present leader of opposition business, who was also the leader of opposition business when I was a speaker. And you just watch his profile. Never before have we had the type of behavior. And I'm calling it as I see it. The member, hold on, the member on that side from South St. James, I am saying particularly to her, I have never seen anybody behave to any speaker the way she has done. And hold on, I want to say that the member, I'm not to call names, that spoke just before me. No, I'm not calling your name, but I'm saying to you, although you have had difficulties, and although you have said things, and although I have never heard you behave the way that the member from South St. James as a female has brought into this parliament. I'm calling her out because she's young, she's new, she's female, and we have a female speaker. And if you do anything with the revision, it doesn't matter what you do about the standing orders. The standing orders, if you revise it 1,000,000 times over, the speaker's ruling must always be respected. And that is why the member who spoke before me came into this parliament and made an apology for certain incidents. You have never done it, and your behavior has brought a new high to this thing. I am speaking on my feet, and I'm saying to you now that maybe many people will not say it openly. I stand this afternoon because I feel strongly about it. And I feel that the speaker in her position as the Prime Minister's wife and as a female, yes, I say it as it is because that's part of the objection. But let me tell you something, never before has anybody been as disrespectful. And I could go on and on. And nobody, no other member that is old has behaved the way you have behaved. I say to you, no other member of the opposition, and you should not speak to me across the aisle. I'm addressing the parliament. And I am saying to you, I am not inciting anybody. I don't care if you don't like it, because I don't like the attack. I do not like the attack. It is obvious. Member, I do not like and I do not think it is right. And I say it with absolutely no malice. I say it this afternoon because I heard your own member speak about gender. And let me tell you, there are so many females that have joined this parliament that are excellent, oppose, and do not behave that way. It is a new trend. For God's sake, let us stop it. And while we review the standing orders, just let us remember that if you review it 1,000,000 times over, the Speaker's views and ruling must always be respected. And I really am...
Member from St. James South. Member from St. James South. Member from St. James South. You had your mic on earlier. Do you want to contribute? Next is the member from St. Andrew West. St. Andrew West.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm compelled to join the conversation, the debate on this motion this afternoon, because as one of the members that have currently one of the longest serving member in this House, I've been through many, many different speakers, many, many styles, many, many approaches to the orderly administration of the House. My first observation is this, that on the occasion of the review, there is an opportunity for a reset. There is an opportunity for a reset. A reset in how members deal with each other, how the Speaker relates to members and members relate to the Speaker, and for a number of other issues to be addressed. First of all, Madam Speaker, I believe I've also had the opportunity to observe other speakership and other parliaments operate, not least the parliament to which we have patterned ourselves, or certainly from which the roots from which we have come. And one of the things that is very clear is that apart from the formal rules of the House, the standing order being central, there are courtesies, there are conventions, and there are guardrails that are in place to ensure that the House operates in a very measured and balanced way. We have lost, it seems to me, and my observation is that these courtesies and these conventions and guardrails are all wearing thin, if they have not already disappeared. And therefore, what it leaves us is just the bare bones of the standing orders, which themselves are from time to time subject to interpretation. And as the speaker before me said, the former speaker, and who spoke before me, said that there are times as speakers, there are times when you don't always get the interpretation correct. Likewise, members who have read the standing orders, understand them, may at times not get it correct either. But, Madam Speaker, the animus, I must observe as well that the animus that I see, the personal animus of one member to another, and that includes ministers making threats, veiled and otherwise, to members of the House. These, well, you don't brook stick in the ears. But let me say this. These things have a cumulative effect, and they're corrosive of the rules that are critical if we are going to have a measured debate and balance in this House. And I start by saying the review presents an opportunity for reset, and I hope we take advantage of this opportunity, because we are going down a road that is not a good road. It is not a good road. And the reasons why are many, and they're complex. Some of them are obvious, others are not so obvious. But we must seize the opportunity, because my observation, I must tell you, I went after Parliament last week. I stopped at a place to pick up something. And a gentleman, and I call him a gentleman because it was not obvious to me that he was being partisan in his comment. And he said to me, he said, look, the House is deteriorating, what's going on? So the public is watching. There's a public watching. Some are cheering, some are growling, some are very upset about what is happening. But we have to, as members, we have to be mindful that there is a public that is with growing dissatisfaction for one reason or the other. So there's a need to pull back. There's a need for a reset. And I'm hoping that that debate and those members on the committee have a responsibility to make sure that it is the animus that is present in this House and that I see at every sitting almost, that we take that into account and we take the responsibility to have a reset and a rebalancing of the thing. And in the rebalancing, I make this point again. Some of the guardrails that have been there from the parliaments for which we emulate ourselves, the British Parliament in particular, the other Parliament, Australian Parliament, New Zealand Parliament, are all parliaments that have stood the test of time. And if we are going to stand the test of time, we're going to have to pay due regard to how these houses operate and what are the safeguards that are in place. So I really hope that this committee takes its responsibility very seriously, that some of the comments that I hear make that are very prejudicial, I hope that there's a reflection, that we have a reflection. And when we get to do the work, we take it very seriously to say that we have an opportunity for a reset and we should take advantage of it.
I saw Member Dawes, member from St. Catherine Southeast. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I take note of the debates and of all that was said. The one thing I agree with the member from Trelawney South is that an overhaul of the standing committee, of the standing orders, will not solve the problems that we face in the House, where meaningful debate is overshadowed by the conflict that the gossip columnists love so much. However, I depart from our thinking in describing the new breed of politicians in almost a derogatory way. I consider myself a new breed of politician, but I tend to think of a different mindset in thinking why I consider myself a new breed. Not that we tend to be disruptive. What the House and the Speaker and Jamaicans looking on should understand is that we are all students of Thoreau, and where one does not have power and those in control of the power do not offer justice, then the only alternative is civil disobedience. And I state this clearly. History has shown it throughout every independence movement. In the Westminster tradition of government, the government or ruling party extends courtesies to the opposition, not as charity, but as insurance. To understand that one day the majority will become the minority. Unfortunately, the government members of this House give the impression that they will be in government forever. And too many on that side of the House behave that way. But let me explain to you today and just end by saying, in the next general election, there is a possibility that the lucky among you will be sitting here and the unlucky will be sitting outside of the House.
Thank you very much, member from St. Catharines Southeast. The member from Portland Eastern. Yes, you are next, and then House Leader will close. And when I say, and then House Leader will close, and finally House Leader will close, I do not want to be misrepresented either here or on social media. The word final, as Hansard indicated when I last spoke, and I said the final question came from, and then Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister would speak. Hansard verified, I said final. And final means last. Go ahead now, my dear friend from Portland Eastern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too am compelled to make a contribution in relation to the standing orders. There has been many things said by members who have participated, but I just wish to say that there are young people who are watching. There are young people who will find their place and a sense of identity from this very room. There are young members in this parliament that have brought a new dynamic to the parliament in a positive light. I will only say to my colleagues on both sides that, you know, when it comes to mentorship, when it comes to doing the right thing, when it comes to a sense of integrity, which is doing the right thing when nobody is watching, the political pageantry is preventing us from advancing the business of Jamaica. Yes, in relation to race, culture, gender, all of these things are significant because we are reflections of out of many one. I have raised in private that there is serious dislike for how women are treated in this parliament, including from the elder to the younger. If we bring race into it, if we bring politics, all of this is something that is detracting from the best contributions that can come from each and every one of us. The standing orders, nonetheless, is something, even as it is being amended, revamped, reviewed, with a view to improve the parliament, I'm inviting all members to take time to actually look what is inside the standing orders. This is an indictment on the entire parliament to which I am a part of. It makes us, when young people stop me and say, MP, what is going on? Why are you trying to tell us that we are to respect ourselves when there's no respect? And it's individually and it is collectively. I am only urging members, because this is not to single out any one member or to differentiate from the speaker. We all got a mandate to be here. The respect that is to come from all of us is one where we appreciate that as we make our contributions, sometimes if we listen, we're saying the same things. Sometimes if we take a minute to look what is inside the standing orders, maybe we wouldn't be so quick to oppose. Maybe we wouldn't be so quick to think that we have to participate and say something. And it can be most embarrassing when at the end of it, there is something that is called internal locus of control and external locus of control. We are individuals, and I can say this, I would never disrespect anybody in this house to say nobody have sense. I don't believe that. And because we have contributions to make in our own expertise, maybe if we sometimes wait until it reaches what we know, Damien is not here, but when math is on the floor, I sit. That type of exchange
advances the country. There is a new dynamic where I think that emotions is ruling this parliament, and collectively, until it changes, we are the king's parliament. Collectively, both sides, opposition, government. And I will only say that the disrespect, whether it's on mic, off mic, it's heard in spaces, and it is most embarrassing. If we do a reset following the review of the standing orders, the hope is that the country's business can be done, and a lot of the time that is wasted, much ado about nothing, is something that maybe I will hear, Madam Speaker, can we suspend idleness and get on with the government's business? And that is my humble contribution. Thank you.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I thank the members for their contribution, and I will say that based on the last contribution from the member from Eastern Portland, I am going to cauterize some of what I have to say in reply. But, Madam Speaker and members, as we move this motion to review the standing orders, and as members have said, this gives us an opportunity to reset, to look at areas where there may be gaps and to fill those areas, to look at conventions that should be elevated to standing orders and courtesies that should be elevated to standing orders. I remind the members that as we seek to do that, there are standing orders in place. And those standing orders govern this House. And as the member from East Portland rightly said, you do get the clear impression that a number of the members have not read the standing orders and as such act in a manner that is in direct opposition to the standing orders. And let me start on that point. The standing orders gives the Speaker the authority to rule on matters, all matters, in relation to this House. Once the Speaker makes a ruling, you may not like the ruling, you may think that the ruling is unfair or unreasonable, but the Speaker has ruled. And once the Speaker has ruled, then that ruling must be adhered to. Now, there are a multiplicity of opportunities outside of this House to make the point that you do not agree with the Speaker's ruling, to make the point that you think you're being unfairly treated. But to bang on the desk, to stand, to sing in the House, that is bringing the House into disrepute. And it is lowering our collective image in the eyes of the well-thinking members of the public. It should not happen. It should not be countenanced. Saying you want to be heard and you want justice and banging on the desk after the Speaker has ruled should never happen in this House. There are so many other avenues to make that point without disregarding the rules of the House. And again, we must be clear because the rules are clear. Standing Order 4, the Speaker shall preside over the meetings of the House, and the Speaker shall have the power to regulate the conduct of business in all matters not provided for in these standing orders. 41, the Speaker in the House is responsible for the observance of the rules of order in the House, and their decision upon any point of order shall not be open to appeal and shall not be reviewed by the House, except upon a substantive motion made after notice. The Speaker is to be heard in silence. The Speaker, after having called the attention of the House to the conduct of a member who persists in irrelevance or tedious repetition may direct the member to discontinue his speech and resume his seat. I know we say we come into this house as adults. Yes, we do. We all come into this house as elected members of parliament. That is true. But the house has rules. And when we disregard the ruling of a speaker, we're not disregarding the ruling of Juliet Holness. We're disregarding the office of speaker. And it has to happen. And the member from Sectoral said it. Regardless of any review that we do, the rules, we will have a set of rules. So those rules must be respected. The other thing that I find unfortunate is that when the speaker makes a point, it is then colored to suggest motive. And it was done today again. The speaker, not knowing what the member wanted to ask, not having any idea what the member wanted to intervene on, made a ruling that in keeping with the standing orders, there is no intervention on announcements. Yes, there may have been courtesies in the past. Yes, there may have been conventions in the past. But the speaker has said it is not provided for in the rule book, and that is a fact. And as I read, once it is not provided for, the only authority is the speaker. Now, once the speaker says it will not happen today, it will not be countenanced, we move on. That's what we do as adults. We don't show to Jamaica that if it's not going in your favor, then you can oppose and object and try and throw off the house. That is not the right message that we're sending to children who watch this parliament. Outside of that, the leader of opposition did something that I did not like. He gave the impression that it is because of what the question was that the question was not allowed, when the speaker had no clue what the question was. So the speaker's ruling had nothing to do with the Integrity Commission report, nothing at all. And we must mash down any attempt to link the two matters. The Integrity Commission report, based on the Integrity Commission, who indicated that they send the report to the House yesterday. The Speaker has said in writing that once the reports come in, they will be tabled as soon as possible. I don't think anybody can think it unusual that we're here today and the report doesn't come and it only came yesterday. But more than that, that was not a part of the Speaker's consideration. And we must be very clear that we don't attempt to mislead, that we don't attempt to manipulate the story that is being told, and that we don't further try to ascribe motive and link unconnected things for our own political gain. It should not happen, and it does not help any of us. Finally, you know, the member from St. Catherine Southeast. Maybe I shouldn't even countenance it with a response. But I just made the point again. We all decided to run for office. We all were elected. And we're elected to sit in this house. Once you come in here, you have to follow the rules. If you don't want to follow the rules, you resign your position. But once you come in this house, follow the rules of the house. You don't get up in this house and then say, civil disobedience. That is not the message. No matter how cool it may appear. Because we are disregarding the same laws that we are trying to enforce. That we are trying to build an orderly society. And all of us in here know better. And some of us pander to the public to try and get likes. And it does not help us. All of us could be doing other things. All of us on both sides of the house chose this path. And I genuinely believe that the vast majority of us chose this path for the right reason, because we want to make a change in the lives of people. Let us, when we come into the house, let us lead by example. Let us respect and regard the speaker, the office of the speaker, but more importantly, respect and regard a member of parliament who has done tremendously well, who has been elected by us to sit as speaker, and who should not have to beg and plead for our respect. It should be given unto her because she deserves it. Madam Speaker, with that, I ask that the motion be accepted.
Thank you, House Leader. Are you calling for a divide? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. No, he was joking. He was joking.
Madam Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business today, and as such I ask that the House be adjourned for a date to be fixed.
No, there's a
like
reason, and I'm going to take the opportunity to do so. We have actually had the situation twice that we have called Parliament for a specified set date, and we ended up having a weather event, I recall. And once you call Parliament for a particular day, even though all of the members of Parliament are not here, the Speaker, the Marshal, and the Clerk are required to convene Parliament without anyone else and close Parliament. That's procedure. So calling for a date to be fixed, as we are not clairvoyant, is the best course of action, because we never know. So the question is that this Honourable House do now adjourn for a date to be fixed. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House now stands adjourned.